Are you on a diet, Stephen?
We are now live on YouTube. Okay. Welcome to, assuming we are now live, welcome to the Northamptonshire Police Fire and Crime Panel of 24th of March, which is the last meeting of this panel, in that after elections there will be a new panel, may have some of the same people, will certainly be the three independents will still be on this panel as they have a longer term, but we have elections, and so we will see what happens after those. But welcome to this meeting. First item is apologies, and I know we have apologies from Councillor Judy Kane, Corby Borough Council, Councillor Anna King of Northampton Borough Council, Councillor Winston Strachan of Northamptonshire County Council, and Councillor Martin Griffiths will be a little bit delayed joining us. Do we have any others, James?
Yes, through you, Chair. Also, apologies for non-attendance from Councillor Janice Duffy of Northampton Borough Council. Thank you.
Okay. Notification and requests from members of the public. Do we have any, James?
No, none received, Chair.
Okay. Declaration of members' interests, as members are reminded that if they have an interest in any business, that they declare that in accordance with their code of conduct. So on to my announcements. First of all, as we meet on Zoom yet again, if you could just mute your microphone when you're not speaking, and use your hand up function to indicate if you wish to speak. There's been quite a lot to report from me, actually. The Home Secretary issued a statement on the 16th of March regarding part one of the review of police and crime commissioners that they started back in July 2020, and details were circulated to you. There's some interesting points on that. I trust you've had a look at it. One thing is they've said to improve scrutiny, they will work with the local government association to develop a good governance training package for police and crime panels. They've also said that all PTCs have to, in future, will have to have a deputy, which is interesting. And they also saying to do with the fire and rescue that they are probably going to start fanning out or going to consultation about extending the fire to other areas as well as governance, same as we have. We've been the forerunner of that, I think. So it's quite interesting, and there's a lot of other points as well. I've attended the meeting of the East Midlands Police and Crime Panel network, and that was on the 22nd of March. It's a very interesting sort of transfer of ideas. One of the bodies suggested that panels might consider meeting with outside bodies such as the Police Federation, Crime Stoppers, and Community Safety Partnerships. Not anything we've ever done, but it does reinforce good practice. One of them commented that they are now going to have their work programme at every meeting rather than just once a year. And that's something obviously we've always done. So I think, well, we're obviously doing that right. They also discussed the Police Foundation review, not to be confused with the Home Office review. There's lots of reviews at the same time into policing, and so that's quite interesting. And that review, which was started last year, and they had the first part of that, and that's the results have been published. Part two is now out for consultation. They have extended the deadline of that till April. This panel won't have a chance to comment on that, but they are then going to do 3 sessions of presume video calls in May and June to get more information. And a couple of the things that relate to us that they're looking into is how the police service should be structured and held to account locally and nationally, and how much funding the police service requires. And so both topics that we've covered quite extensively in our time. So a lot going on with policing at the moment. I'll just remind you that we have got a full agenda, and so if members could keep their contributions focused as much as possible. And as I said, it's the final meeting of this panel. So I'd like to thank everybody very much for their work on this panel, and we hope to see you in the future on this panel or elsewhere. But we will wait to see what happens with that, and we have some items on the agenda later on about the transfer over to a new panel. Our next item is the minutes of the last panel meeting. I won't go through every page, but is everyone content that that is a true record of the meeting?
Yeah.
So we have somebody in the waiting room, James, is that?
Agreed.
It says C0034.
Yeah, leave it with me, Chair. I'm dealing with that.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. Now that I've switched it back to gallery view, could we have a general show of assent?
Oh,
to
sorry. Could we have
please?
a show of assent for the minutes, please?
Thank you.
And welcome to Paul Fell, who's just joined us as well. Okay. I don't know if there's any points that need to be brought up from those minutes, but I can't see any hands to indicate that. Okay. So moving swiftly on, we're doing well at the moment, but we've got a lot more to go through. Okay. The next big substantive item on this agenda is quite dear to our hearts at the moment, is the COVID-19 response update. Paul, could you mute, please? Paul?
Yes.
Could you mute, please, because we're getting a lot of background from your chair moving around, etc.
Yeah, we'll do. Just so you know, Chair, Helen King is with me in the room.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Stephen Mould, over to you to present the report on the COVID-19.
Sorry, Chair, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Who is C0034?
Ah, they have come in now.
Sorry, it's Emily Evans from the PCC's office. I don't know why it's only joined with my collar number. I don't know how to fix that.
I can do that, Chair.
Okay, thank you. James is, yes, I hadn't seen them come in. Thank you very much, Andre.
Yeah, Emily, when you sign in, there's an opportunity to change your name, I think is the bit. There you go. Oh, look. Oh, I think, well done, James. You're showing your technical prowess there. Okay.
And just so you know, backup is James number 2. So.
Very impressive. Would you like me to move on to item 6, Madam Chairman?
Yes, please, yes.
Okay. Madam Chairman, today's report sets out in detail how both Northamptonshire Police and our Fire Rescue Service have responded to keeping our communities safe during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Whilst now there may be an ever-increasing amount of light finally at the end of what have been a long and dark tunnel, ensuring Northamptonshire is able to emerge from lockdown in a safe and sensible way, but does not put at risk all the gains we've made over the last few months, remains a vital aspect of our work. It's easy to use words like unprecedented, unique, unparalleled to describe the situation we've now all lived through over the last 12 months, but it demonstrates our county's emergency service are able to respond to difficult and changeable environments across the county. I think we're all proud of the work our emergency services have undertaken, and in the positive and pragmatic approach of our officers and staff during the pandemic and lockdown. As you see from the report and the letters from HMIC FRS, the force and the fire service have demonstrated the importance of working more closely together and the benefits it can bring to both the front line and the people of Northamptonshire. The financial support we have both secured and received has been vital in our response to the pandemic and is set out in detail in the budget update reports that we'll be looking over later in the agenda. Either Helen or I will give further update on those contained within the fire report when we get to that section of the agenda. Colleagues from my office, the force and the fire and rescue service have worked incredibly hard to ensure we had the resources available to support the front line over the last 12 months. And I would like, and I'm sure you'll join me in this one, I'd like to thank them all for their incredible hard work and dedication during this very challenging time. Madam Chairman, the report in front of us today demonstrates how we've all worked closely together to meet the biggest challenges of our lifetime. I can assure you that lessons will be learned, best practice will be implemented, and we will never lose sight of the fact that the closer we work together, the stronger the front line will be and the safer our communities will be. Happy to take questions, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much. That last point you made is very interesting. It's shown the close working of all emergency services, brought it really to the fore. And I just wondered whether you could sort of envisage what changes in working practices might come about as a result of that when we return to normal, whatever normal is.
Yes, I think the language around new normal is as what is new normal. It is an interesting one. I think, look, you, Madam Chairman, you made reference to the fact that the government is going to be publishing a white paper on the changing role of the PCC. Subsequent clarity of working with panels and their scrutiny. But actually one bit that's obviously the key under there is the white paper around the kind of executive governance model that's being pushed around a change to fire and rescue. And I think it's some of the demonstrable lessons that have been proven both here and in other parts of the country. I don't mean that to sort of say, oh, aren't we bloody marvellous because we moved to that governance model. But actually, as I sit here today for the very first time talking, well, it might be the last time too, from Wellingborough and our new, joint enabling hub where, Chief Fire Officer is literally above my head, Chief Constable is over to my left, and actually all our services are kind of combined together. In many respects, a lot of the foundations we've been laying here in Northamptonshire set us up nicely for the future. I think the other one that's kind of in train, and the report will come back to whichever person sits in this chair in May, is the consolidation of the control rooms. So the bringing together of them, which will better enable things like response around Grenfell, also the Kerslake report, which around the kind of Manchester bombing attack, is good. As you know, we applied for the 1.3, 1.4 million pounds from the Home Office for the Safer Streets Fund. Some of you will have seen that work's been going on. I myself went out this week to actually see some alley gates being installed in our communities in Wellingborough, and actually that was kind of quite a privilege. But actually, that wouldn't have been possible without the work between police and fire, because actually the fire service went and did safety checks. They actually helped with the consultation on that. So there's kind of lots of small steps, but there's also big bits in there in terms of whether it's the fire service in addition to their day job and I'm trying to say day job, but day and night job, if you know what I mean, is where they actually, took the very difficult job.
So, Stephen, you've gone silent.
To both drive police in addition to the Sorry?
At one point there, your sound cut out.
Oh, okay. I haven't.
It's cut out again.
Gone on mute. It must be a breaking up of our connection.
Yeah. I'm just going to say, I was very impressed as well with the letter from the HMI-CFRS and their assessment of the way the fire and rescue services have coped during this pandemic, and on at point 9 they give a couple of pointers of how to adopt a longer term procedures and using shared plans and improving IT, etc. So they've pointed a few things out for sort of recommendations for future, haven't they?
Yeah. But like I say, some of those are actually in train already. So for instance, the combined IT department, we now have a combined head. They're there, they're working on a plan to kind of bring those together, because actually, the response to the COVID pandemic showed both, some fantastic resilience, but it also showed where there were room for improvement. And whilst both have done both services have done fantastic well, you've heard me repeatedly say, both is a work in progress. Neither service is absolutely where they want to be yet. But, for a fire service, during the same time, the increased pump availability, response times, from a policing point of view, better outcomes on burglary. But as you'll have seen from the child reports today, real progress has been made, but again, not where it kind of wants to be. But the investment's in there, but it just takes time to come through.
Okay, I have a question from Mr. Mahaffey.
Thank you, Chair. Stephen, question around, you mentioned the rollout of the huge number of laptops. What are your plans to leverage them going forward, or else dispose of them? What are your plans in that area?
I'm sorry, Robert, I didn't actually hear you. You broke out for me on what was it, the rollout, sorry?
It was the rollout you mentioned within the paper, the rollout of the huge number of laptops. So what are your thoughts on leveraging them going forwards, or disposing of them if that is the model? No, so there was always a procurement plan to expand the role of laptops as part of the rollout of Office 365. Not something we finished our implementation of yet, but it meant that we accelerated them, and it does mean that, if you like, I suppose the key takeaway for all entities, whether they be commercial or public sector, over the coming future, if I might use that term, is actually there'll be a more blended work of people kind of remotely. The fact now that I don't know about you, I attend more meetings and have more discussions virtually, and actually I'm a lot more productive as a consequence of it. I had a call this morning with 40 something commissioners, a number of people from the Home Office, to go through the part 1 of the PCC review. We also had a subsequent one about panels handling of complaints, and how some people are misusing the kind of complaints process for both yourself and us for their kind of owed ends. And I actually couldn't have done those quickly and easily, and we're moving through them. So actually, it's that doing it, the fact that we're
we're able to quickly, easily, and actually, last night, for instance, we did a Q&A, myself and the two chiefs, to best part of 60 parish councils, tried to get those in a room normally. I think in the physical sense, we tended to have 20. So it's kind of that wider enabling piece. The good thing is, of course, now with the rollout of Teams, brings it with it kind of even more functionality in terms of screen sharing, some of the stuff around kind of remote training. I could probably do a whole thing on just the benefits of that, but I think the key piece is they're here to stay, and it allowed us to roll out Teams that bit quicker. So we always planned to roll out Office 365, but actually it's meant that those purchases were done quickly. And ironically, we probably saved some money at the time that we did it, because actually some of those businesses were very worried about the future. They had them on their books and we were able to secure them quite quickly. Although there were other instances where we were trying to secure them, and I'm sure most of you are experiencing some of these. There's a particular problem at the ports at the moment, so actually getting stuff into the country is a particular nightmare. On the same, in my budget letter to the Chief Constable last year, we had the mobile police stations, and they haven't yet been delivered, and a combination of Brexit and COVID have delayed those. But we very much intend to make sure that that blended opportunity will help. But I actually think that's going to be overstated in some cases, because I think the health and well-being of a number of all people across the UK are people kind of wanting to go back and kind of interact with one another. And I think people are missing that. Sorry, it was a very long answer to the question, but yeah.
I next have Pauline Woodhouse. Pauline, you're muted. Pauline, you're muted.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, to what extent are the PFCC and service leaders now planning for changes in demand and activity that may result from the planned easing of the third lockdown?
There's an awful lot of, as you can imagine, there is an awful lot of planning that goes in, particularly through the LRF. And you'd be pleased to know there's an awful lot of work going on to make sure that that happens. There is also some contingency planning work quite rightly being done, because whilst the UK has done very well with vaccines around the world, other countries aren't doing as well, and some are actually seeing third waves. So there is both some work done on a more return to normal, but there's also some work being done that should people continue to flout the rules in certain small pockets continue to do, then actually there's preparation that needs to be done. Now, I hope the vaccine, as someone who sadly is over 50, I know there's a few of you around here that are. Actually, I think as I look around you, I think there ain't very many that ain't. I think, James, you probably get under it, but I think the rest of us are over it, aren't we? I was going to say, Robert, sorry, are you just under? You're below it, aren't you? You've had a hard life. What can I tell you? Sorry, I've lost. I'm expecting a harder time for the rest of the meeting for that insult. It wasn't meant that way, all right? The vaccine kind of rollout, and actually, someone, like I said, if someone had is at the weekend in Malton, what a well-organised operation that they're kind of doing that kind of further protects. And I think actually Northamptonshire, in combination with a bit in terms of volunteers, public health is really doing a kind of an outstanding job. That's a long answer, Pauline. There's a lot of planning going in, but there's also a lot of work to go around the return to normality. But also there's a lot of contingency work just to also make sure, and also there's a lot of flow testing going on to make sure that we're monitoring our people, because actually, we've got a lot of people under 50, if that makes sense. and we need to make sure that we kind of keep them healthy as well. So obviously the work continues to make sure we keep them safe. And as you'll see in some of the detail in here, a lot of an additional money has been spent, not all been recovered from government, but around kind of PPE and also stuff to make sure that we kind of keep them safe.
Okay. Councillor Andre.
Perfect, thank you.
To Savage. Next.
Thank you, Chair.
Richard.
Question to the Commission, if I may. Stephen, I think there are some very encouraging details within the report, which I think we've all been pleased to see, although there is a lot of clearly uncertainty nationally in terms of how COVID, etc., will have its bearing and for how long in our society. Can I ask a question in terms of different communities that the police force colleagues are having to deal with, obviously, on a regular basis? And a lot of it's down to communication, as we know, but on within the report, you've got an interesting section there about the early enforcement phase, with increased reports to the public around Eastern European communities not adhering to lockdown. In terms of that environment, and I know it's always a challenge, but clearly we do have officers that are right across our community and not obviously solely white British, if you like, from that point of view. So is there better engagement now, and have you had feedback from the Chief Constable in terms of that engagement is getting better with the communities, and certainly in terms of the longer term approach, because quite clearly the COVID pressures are going to be with us for quite some time and could rear that sort of the rear of the year, the end of the year could also have the same sort of pressures that we've had coming up to it. Has that improved? Have we had good learning from that, and can we go forward with confidence?
Councillor, I was wondering where you were going with rear of the year. I'm sure that was a fraud slip there, but I was the back end of the year. I kind of get what you meant. I think that the first thing I would kind of say on particularly on legitimacy, which I think is something you're saying there, both myself and both chiefs, actually, we have been very clear in our shared ambition that all organisations truly need to reflect the community that they serve. And that's not just about race, religion, that's around gender and kind of orientation. And actually, if we're more reflective of our society, then it puts everyone in a better position. And obviously, with the unprecedented recruitment that's going on, particularly in policing, not so much at fire at this moment in time, but of course, as you know, we had the largest intake for 10 years on the fire in the last year. It does give us that kind of opportunity to make sure that we are, and there's some very specialist work to make sure that that engagement and communication kind of is appropriate, because I think there are lots of, and it kind of goes back to Pauline's question, there's lots of undercurrents and levels of detail in different areas that I still think we're all understanding kind of the magnitude of and the sort of the implication. This week I had a call with some esteemed members of the Somali community when we were kind of talking about kind of FGM. So actually, of course, FGM potentially has been made better as a consequence of people not being able to take young girls out of the country. So that, yeah, that's a kind of a positive development. But of course, when lockdown ends, there are kind of other implications where if people can kind of leave. So actually some of this stuff around kind of travel bans. So it is quite a complex landscape, and it's kind of not binary. Like, we've seen some increase in domestic and sexual assaults, but actually we may only be seeing the tip of the iceberg because people are kind of cohabiting, and so as a consequence have been unable to report. So in fairness, on a lot of statistical and numeric numbers, there are lots of conclusions that one can take, but it would be a brave person, if you like, that you take them. But the core of your question is a lot of work being done to make sure that the explanations, yes, leaflets have been done in other languages, because you're right, some of the challenges around kind of green core which we saw during it. If we were kind of reflecting on actually some of, there was very much a belief that actually that they were young enough, they wouldn't get it. And bear in mind, you know, you referenced Eastern European, a lot of them are quite younger, they've come to this country to work, you know, quite of the view that it won't affect them and they'll get it, it'll be no worse than kind of a cold. And actually there's probably some evidence to prove that that's quite possibly kind of been the case because they have been younger and make them more blasé. As someone during it has kind of been on socially distanced patrol during it, then I've kind of seen firsthand where some groups, and yeah, it kind of goes to a whole societal thing where you've got houses of multiple occupation, then actually, yes, they've kind of gone out in the walk for the park, but then it's sometimes difficult to ascertain whether. So it just gives some insight into the challenges they've got. But at its core, Northamptonshire Police, Northamptonshire Fire Rescue needs to be reflective of the society that it serves, but a lot of work's been done in that area.
Okay, Councillor Auger.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes.
Oh, good.
You're very softly spoken, Richard, which is not something I normally associate with you, but
you're obviously DMOB happy, Commissioner. Yeah, I've had a few problems with my mic. I've put a remote mic up, so hopefully that'll solve the problem. Commissioner, obviously some of the public disorder nationally is quite concerning, and I know there are some agents at work that are infiltrating some of these. As I was reflecting upon, you know, the future of policing coming out of COVID, I think you articulated the reality of, you know, there could well be a spike in investigations as we come out of lockdown. My bigger concern is, have you gone through a scenario whereby we for some reason infection rates get out of control again and the government have to, because they have no choice, go back into, everybody's expecting this one-way ticket to gradually releasing us from lockdown and then back to some sort of normality. Have you worked your way through a scenario whereby for some reason the vaccine hasn't gripped and infection rates do rise and we have to go back? With regard to public disorder and public getting frustrated and then that frustrating spilling out onto the streets, and then as we said, these are anarchists infiltrating the ranks and causing public disorder. It was just that sort of nightmare scenario of going backwards, having been told that, you know, this is a one-way ticket to freedom.
Obviously, as you know, I don't do the planning myself, but I've received assurances from both chiefs about work that's being done. And to be fair, I think you know, Northamptonshire many times seems to get kind of quite bad press. But I would actually say with public health, police, fire, public agencies, there's genuinely been some really good work and planning to make sure that we are prepared for such contingencies. I agree with you. There is no guarantee that it's out, and I think, you know, a lot of people would have expected further lockdowns like you're seeing in Germany over Easter. Those are kind of a warning to all, and that highlights the challenge, if you like, in policing in this environment. Because when it became clear that some of the lockdown messages were going to change, then actually, you know, you joke that my quib that was DMOB happy. I think there was a lot of public that kind of got a little DMOB happy and thought the thing, you know. And actually, ironically, there is a warning out there. I see, if anything, there are a number of people who've had their vaccines who have actually got very enthusiastic and thinking, yeah, it'll all be all right and everything will kind of be okay. I think Nikki wanted to make a point, did you?
No, it's just interesting because I was on a call this morning where they were saying that a lot of people who are just about to have their second jab, because they're all healthcare workers, are all getting ill with the second one.
Oh, okay.
So people who have come through the first one okay and probably have had no contact with COVID are now all actually feeling ill on the second one and are having to have time off work, and it's causing an impact on the NHS.
Oh, okay. As someone who got ill with the first one, does that mean if you got ill on the first, you don't have the problem on the second, or is it worse? Oh, great.
Okay. Right. Sorry, I think Councillor Jelly, I think you indicated that you didn't use your electronic hand, but I saw your physical hand.
Okay, thank you. Afternoon, Stephen.
Afternoon.
Just a quick question on the COVID report 14.7. It says that Northamptonshire Police issued more tickets for face covering on public transport. What was the sort of decision behind going to the enforce rather than engage and try and dissuade people?
So one of the things that, and you'll notice in the HMIC report, there was some compliments of Northamptonshire stages. There was very much the engage and explain and educate, and their enforce was very much a kind of a last resort. There continued to be a series of, if you like, persistent, and that's really what was kind of being looking for, and it's kind of like, I don't know if anyone saw, there was a really interesting program. I think we're all getting around Sangers, Welcome Sangers, and they were doing some analysis of the DNA of the actual COVID-19 itself. And actually, they'd done some work where people going into hospital, it wasn't in Northamptonshire, I think it was Cambridgeshire, that kept getting sick, and it was as a consequence of not when they got to hospital or anything like that, or what's in the prison. It was actually the transport. So it's just kind of a reiteration of these potential infection points. Really, Northamptonshire Police in the very early phases tried to make sure, and there's no easy answer to this, to make sure that there was you need something of a deterrent, because an awful lot of people, you know, I mean, we had, I probably talked about it last time, we had an 18-year-old party where people had come all the way from London, and this was in the middle of the second lockdown. You know, so it was no surprise that some £10,000 kind of fines were issued. Because actually, as Richard said, there's no guarantee this is a one-way traffic to everything. Yeah, it's all going to be okay. So everyone needs to kind of play their part. So it wasn't taken lightly. It was very much done to be proportionate. The chief was very forthright in terms of his communication that said, look, we're going to educate, explain. If we'll consistently do it, then I'm afraid we're going to need to enforce. And subsequently, that's been the case. So we're very much in an enforcement phase. It will continue to flagrantly disregard it and need to, because at the end of the day, and this is what people kind of forget, this isn't just something. This is a disease that kills. Yeah. Now, hopefully, that might be mitigating, but you can still get very seriously ill with it. And like Nicky just said there, just had the AVI effect. It's already having an effect on the NHS in terms of different jabs.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Stephen.
I've muted. Mrs. Shields.
Good afternoon, Stephen.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Shields. Lovely to see you.
And you too. Stephen, I noticed on your page 34, you were indicated that the younger age bracket, 22 to 30 in particular, receives the most FPN, as it can be seen from your figure 14. Now, with the situation that is being highlighted on the media with the increase in cases in Europe and the likelihood that we may have a third wave in this country, what training, if any, from your various partners can you provide to this age bracket in particular? Because and even the older one, if I may make a statement, I had a contractor coming into my house, and he was in his 50s, And then he was not wearing a mask. So I said to him, please wear your mask. And he said to me, oh, I've had my injection. And I said to him, it doesn't stop you to get the disease. It will diminish, but you still are a carrier. And I'm afraid there is a lot of people are thinking along those lines. And with all this indicative on the television providing dates for the future, like in April, in May for reopening, there is a very big danger again for numbers of cases to increase. So to come back to my question, what would you do for avoiding this kind of age bracket not to increase or minimize a risk?
I've always said one of the easiest things I took is it's very easy in my role. I fully accept and work on the premise that everything's my fault because it's just easier that way. Because actually, you know, I'm the elected representative of the public. But to take that point and a stage further, there is some personal responsibility that needs to be taken. Policing has a role in terms of the kind of enforcement, but actually it's across kind of cross-governmental approach. And I don't know how anyone can kind of not realise the risk they're carrying when you think of all the kind of media, the social media in terms of some of those. But you have got, it's a bit like the there's some real stuff in terms of disinformation about risks posed as a consequence of vaccine. And funny enough, I was talking to a counterpart in Leicestershire, and for instance, in the BAME community in Leicestershire, there is a higher scepticism around the risk posed by the vaccine. And so actually the uptake of the vaccine in some parts of Leicestershire is of a genuine concern that you could kind of create a spike. So it's also not linear across all kind of genders and in terms of race. Northamptonshire Police, for its part, have got a bit to try and communicate, whether that be through of a number of channels, whether that be a mixture of kind of social and in terms of the national picture. I'm actually not sure what more can be done to make sure they do it, and that's why, you know, going back to Councillor Jelly's point, then I'm afraid the only thing kind of left is you're left with no alternative but to move to kind of the enforcement phase. Now, I actually think policing here in this county, under the leadership of Chief Constable McAdderley, they got that right. There were some that kind of went too far. You know, Derbyshire is perhaps a good example where they've done some stuff and in terms of apologise. But it's quite a balance, isn't it? Because also, you know, we see it in terms of our policing demand, kind of the mental health challenge that you're seeing, the number of missing people that we're seeing, particularly across the young, has also spiked as a consequence of some of the effects of kind of COVID and lockdown proportionally, really.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jill, you're on mute.
Yeah, realise that. Yeah. I think I haven't got any more hands up. I just want to thank you for that report. We had asked you specifically for it. I mean, it's a really well, as it said, it's unprecedented, and I think we'll look back at this time and think, you know, how do we ever get through it? So, but thankfully, you know, as you said, there's a light at the end of the tunnel, and with the vaccine rollout, it's looking a lot better. But
Madam Chairman, without being presumptive, I'm sure the panel, it's not for me to suggest it, but I suppose I'm going to, as Richard said, I must be demob happy. I'm being a bit cheeky. I'm sure the panel would want to send its best wishes and thanks given its position to all the police and fire personnel for their great work.
Yes,
so if I might propose that being a bit cheeky, like.
Very good suggestion. Yes, I would think, James, if we could do that, you know, fantastic work, and you know, we really applaud all that they're doing. So you know, keep up the good work for as long as it's needed. Andre.
Thank you, Chair. Just a point there, actually. I think I'd like to propose that through you, Chair, that we have a thank you to the both chiefs of both fire and police, to thank them for their support throughout the term that obviously we've been here also, and together with the opportunity to highlight that clearly our independent members will continue, and we look forward to supporting the panel going forward and in whatever guise that might be. But I have to say that there has clearly been an awful lot of engagement from the senior elements of both police and fire, and that they really should be passing on their thanks through the Commissioner for the excellent work and excellent support of all officers, particularly at this difficult time.
Thank you. I was just trying to get another drink, tickling my throat. Yes, well, thank you very much, Stephen. And you know, as we've said, we'll send our thanks, and we'll go on to the next item. That's the operation of the complaints system, and I'll hand over to the PFCC to introduce it.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, members of the panel, as you know, the Police and Crime Act 2017 radically overhauled the police complaint systems and gave PFCCs more responsibilities and the opportunity to be more involved in the process to hold the Chief Constable and complaints against the force to account. This was an opportunity I chose to take, as the report sets out. It not only strengthens my role in holding the Chief Constable to account, but also gives me a greater insight into how the force is operating and where any weaknesses or failings may exist. Such knowledge enables me to have an even better understanding of the public's concerns, and which in turn I would hope also increases public confidence in the force that they're being transparently held to account. So following the changes to the Police and Crime Act Part 1, it established I established the Complaints and Customer Service team, who are responsible for undertaking this important role on my behalf. We're joined today as Emily Evans, no longer as C0034, hey Emily, who is responsible for this small but very important team. So she'll give us a brief presentation on the work of the team, what they've achieved over the last 12 months, and we'll happily take questions afterwards. Over to you, Emily.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me today. I hope this is working. I've got a little notification that says my bandwidth is low, but I've tried to turn my video on, so I hope you can all hear me, although you are all now frozen on my screen. I think it's working. I think you can all hear me, and you can now see my presentation. If we move on to slide 2, please.
Emily, you are fine, but you might be better going or turning your video off, and because we can only see the screen anyway, so we can't see you.
Okay, let me turn my video off. If I can stop video. Okay, thank you. So as the Commissioner said, the Policing and Crime Act 2017 came into effect on the 1st of February 2020, and it gave PCCs nationally greater responsibilities and some options in terms of the police complaint system. So PCCs nationally were given 3 choices on what they wanted to be responsible for in terms of police complaints. These were described as Model 1, which is mandatory for every PCC in the country, and that includes taking on less serious reviews, which were formally appeals. So if a complainant isn't happy with the outcome of their complaint, they could previously request an appeal they can now request a review, which the PCC is responsible for, them low level ones. Model 1 also gave PCCs some additional responsibilities in relation to oversight and accountability. Then there was Model 2, which is the one that the Commissioner has adopted for Northants. Model 2 includes everything in Model 1, so the review body and the increased accountability and oversight options, along with the responsibility for the receipt and recording of all complaints against Northamptonshire Police and the informal resolution or service recovery of less serious complaints. There was also Model 3, which was all communication, 28-day updates, and the final response would be sent from the PCC's office. So the PCC didn't go for that option because he felt that them updates and the final outcome was better coming from the Professional Standards Department, as they're the ones that are making them decisions. Next slide, please. So as the Commissioner said, he set up the customer service team to carry out these responsibilities for him. That team includes me, the customer service manager, and 2 other full-time individual caseworkers who are customer service caseworkers. So what we do is we receive and record all complaints. On receipt of a complaint, it is assessed, and we will look at it to decide whether there is any indication that the allegations included in that complaint would justify or could justify the bringing of misconduct proceedings if proven. So if we think there's any indication that there's misconduct in them allegations, they will be recorded, the complainant will be notified, and they will be sent to the Professional Standards Department for formal investigation. Where we don't think that there's any indication of misconduct, and there is quite a high threshold for misconduct now, which is a written warning. So if we don't think the allegations could justify a potential written warning if proven, they are deemed suitable for service recovery. We will make initial contact with the complainant and we will record the complaint still, but we will look within our team to service recover the complaint. We can do that. We've got various different tools available to us. We have access to 4 systems. So quite often a complainant may not be happy that they haven't received an update or they can't get hold of the officer who's investigating their case. With access to these systems, we can do that for them and quite often recover the complaint there. We have access to body-worn video, which is particularly useful for incivility complaints and low-level allegations like that, where we can review the body-worn video, see what actually happened, and provide them details to the complainant. We can provide feedback to a line manager if something fairly minor has gone wrong. Again, if it's anything that could justify a written warning, it does need to go to PSD. So we've got lots of tools available to us to service recover complaints, but we must service recover the complaint to the complainant's satisfaction. If they aren't happy with what we've done or the response we've provided to them, they are entitled to have their complaint formally recorded and sent to the Professional Standards Department, regardless of whether there is anything else that PSD could add to that complaint. PSD can take no further action if they are satisfied that we've made reasonable proportionate inquiries into the complaint. So that does take some of the burden off of PSD. For those low-level ones, they can respond to the complainant to say, we don't intend to take any further action in relation to this because you've been given an appropriate response by the PCC's office. Next slide, please. As I said, the PCC is now the relevant review body. So a review is what someone can request if they are not satisfied with an outcome of a complaint that they have received from PSD. The more serious complaints where there is misconduct involved, they still go to the Independent Office for Police Conduct. So previously, appeals that the PCC or reviews that the PCC is dealing with now, they would have gone back to the force to be dealt with. So there's an increased element of transparency and independence there, in that the review is now being dealt with by someone more independent than it maybe would have been previously. Initially, we had commissioned a service to carry out reviews on our behalf. We did this because we weren't sure what the volume of work would be generated by this new responsibility, especially taking into account the definition of a complaint was changed, where it had to be about conduct matters previously. It's now any expression of dissatisfaction. So we're expecting more people to be given a right to review, more people to be taking up their right to review, and therefore weren't sure what the workload would look like. We also wanted to be able to focus on getting Model 2, the recording, etc., of complaints up and running before we took on responsibility for reviews. But it was always our intention to take it back in-house, to do reviews ourselves. What with COVID and the first initial lockdown, we found we had a little bit of extra capacity in our team way back in April, March time last year. So we decided that we would take responsibility for reviews back into our office. So our director, Paul Fell, he is the decision maker for reviews delegated by the PCC. And upon receipt of a review, it will be assessed by the customer service team. There's time limits. You can only make a request for review within 28 days of the finalisation of your complaint. So we'll assess it to make sure it's valid. We'll acknowledge it and record it, and then we will get the details, all of the files and whatnot, from the professional standards department. The customer service team, one of us three, will review it, and we will provide Paul with all the information, our director, Paul Fell, with all the information that he needs to make a decision. The scope of the reviews, the PCC can only consider whether all relevant lines of inquiry have been followed. So there may be occasions where the professional standards department have decided not to pursue a line of inquiry because they don't feel it's reasonable and proportionate. That may be because it's a really low level matter, but we can make a recommendation that they do pursue that line of inquiry, but only if we think it may have changed the outcome of the complaint. We can also address whether the complaint has been properly addressed, whether all the allegations that they wish to make have received a response, and we can also determine whether the outcome of the complaint was reasonable and proportionate. Next slide, please. So if we decide that any of them three above points weren't met, Paul can make a recommendation to the force. He can make a recommendation that the complaint is referred to the IOPC. We have never used this recommendation. This would be for more serious complaints, that there's certain complaints have to go to the IOPC, and they're only the most serious complaints. So I would think if we were using that regularly, there would be an indication that PSD maybe weren't on the same page about what was really serious or not. But as I said, we've never used that particular recommendation. We can recommend that the appropriate authority investigate the complaint. So the type of complaints that we get the reviews for, they're the less serious ones. So they might not have had a formal investigation. They will have only followed the lines of inquiry that they believe are necessary to address that complaint. And they won't call that a formal investigation. But we can make a recommendation that the complaint is formally investigated. And we can also make any recommendation with a view to remedying the dissatisfaction of a complainant. So I believe we have done around 55 reviews. We've upheld 7 of them and made 8 recommendations. 7 of those 8 recommendations have been with a view to remedying the dissatisfaction of a complaint rather than the other 2. Next slide. So just wanted to talk about the volume of complaints that we deal with. So in our first year, between the 1st of February 2020 and the 31st of January 2021, we received 464 formal complaints. these were the ones that were recorded and sent to PSD for formal investigation. We service recovered 270 complaints. Those were all dealt with by the customer service team. The IOPC have indicated to us that they believe a good representation of service recovery would be around 60% of all complaints being service recovered. We initially started on around 50%. We are working our way up, and the force have agreed with these additional tools of having access to body-worn video and whatnot, and that's really helping increase our service recovery rate. And we are now, I think we're on 58% for last month, and I think we have been on 61%. So we are just about there with that. But obviously, we want to service recover as many complaints as possible. Not only do I think we do it in a really timely manner, because we have a 2-day SLA, service level agreement, for acknowledging complaints and recording them, which I think represents an improved service prior to us taking over. But as I said, it has to be done to the complainant's satisfaction. So we should all be happy if it's service recovered to the complainant's satisfaction. We have dealt with 672 other matters. They are queries, questions, all sorts, anything you can imagine that comes in that isn't a complaint. We still pick all of them up. And like I said, we've done 55 reviews, 7 of which were upheld and 8 recommendations. So we receive monthly reports from PSD on all complaints that have been open for longer than 12 months. They tell us the reason why. I collate all the data and manage that via a spreadsheet and raise any concerns that I have about them through Paul Fell. We carry out monthly dip samples on PSD closed complaint files, where I go through 6 random complaints and ensure that they were handled in line with the IOPC guidance. We are also dip sampled in return for our closed service recovery complaints by PSD. I run regular reports from the system Centurion that both us and PSD use to record complaints. And I also look at the IOPC data, which unfortunately is currently suspended due to COVID, but that allows me to compare with other forces on a really wide range of data, so I can see exactly where Northants sit, and again, raise any areas of concern through the Commissioner. Has anyone got any questions?
Before you take those, I think Richard has, and particularly Paul Fell, did you want to make any other points? Because I just had a few closing bits I wanted to add, and then I was going to take Emily. If
I may, I just had a couple of bits. Thanks to Emily and her team. I think Emily is very modest. When we go around the region and around the country, Emily's team are held up by the Independent Office for Police Conduct as effectively a beacon of good practice around what they are doing around service recovery. And I think, in fairness, it's true to say they're learning we're learning a lot of lessons from them, it has to be said, but I think it's true they're also learning some lessons for us. I think some of the things that we're finding in the last 12 months, I know I've spoken to you about this, Stephen. I think there's an opportunity in terms of transparency for the public, for commissioners to take on in the coming years a greater role. It does seem slightly perverse to me that you can only make recommendations to the force about what they can do to rectify a complaint, and they, being blunt, they don't, but they could choose to ignore it if they wish to. That does seem slightly perverse, but I think the legislation will probably evolve, members of the panel, as we go on. And I think also I just congratulate Emily and her team. Often prior to last February, if you remember the public and you make a complaint, you wouldn't hear back for 14, 21 days. We have a service level agreement, a voluntary service level agreement that we introduced, that we will come back to people within 2 working days, and we achieve that in 100% of cases. And we've always done reviews within 28 days. So there's been lots of learning over the last 12 months, and a little bit of heartache and a little bit of falling out with force on the way, but it's been very constructive over overall. Unless there's questions in the panel, that's probably it. Thank you very much, Emily.
Thank you very much, Emily and Paul.
I think, Chairman, I want to offer my thanks to Paul, Emily, and her team for the work they do. I mean, I have regular meetings with the IOPC. I reiterate what Paul said there, seen as a beacon of best practice. In many respects, I'm not saying it's the right or the wrong thing to do. We took the decision to go for option 2 because I believe that gives the public more confidence. So in other words, not that I ever thought this was be the case, but there's the confidence that a complaint comes in, it's recorded independently, and then it's managed so something can't come in and not be recorded and where it could be. Some of my colleagues across the country have kind of gone for the, and I don't want to use the term easy option, but it kind of is, because actually by just dealing with the appeals, it's kind of, it's less work for us. It looks better on, you know, I'm, as you know, regularly compared to former police authorities when you consider the volume of work we do relative to that. You know, I'm sure Emily will probably think we still don't pay her enough, but you know, paying her and her team is kind of additional cost that we send me that email or send it to Paul, Emily, to make sure that that's a kind of an additional cost, but actually that is also part of this process that we're trying to get here. Because one of the things that was very clear to me, there's 2 parts. If there's genuine wrongdoing, then we need to find, scrutinise it, and put it out. But in so many of the cases, you know, you use the term service recovered. These are silly mistakes. And in fairness, when you consider with the expansion of new police officers, you know, we've got a lot of, you know, I think the best part of something like 500 police officers that are kind of under 25 that are experienced. We need to create an environment, because this is what I hear from the public. They want police officers to use their judgment. They want them to be trusted. We hire them to be professionals, and we should trust them. So actually also, if they make a mistake, it shouldn't be career ending. There should be an opportunity to learn from it. And actually that's how you get better. So this virtuous process that we kind of go, you know, make a mistake, learn from it in terms of lessons learned. But at the same time, your system be robust and independent enough that if there's any genuine wrongdoing, then actually we root the bad apples out and kind of do them. And I think that's the bit around the thing. And I actually think genuine as a consequence of this work, it's improving the force. I think just in terms of context, you know, you're talking under 500, and Northamptonshire Police deals with hundreds and thousands of incidents. So in terms of percentage, it's still a very modest percentage. And of course, 474, but some of them are really titsy-weetsy complaints that, you know, someone are being facetious, but they didn't wave to me when they drove through my village. Or, you know, the more obscure in terms of you not investigating this heinous crime. So there's a kind of a genuine kind of blend and mix there. I think we've spoken enough, Gus. Jill, I'll hand it back to you.
I've got a number of questions. Councillor Auger was first.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions, please. Number one, is this term service recovery of complaints. I did 30 years. In the job. I don't understand what on earth is that. Is that a complaint? Is it a what is it?
I'm sorry if I didn't explain that properly. That is an outcome of a complaint. So service recovery is what we talk about when we have resolved a complaint to a complainant's satisfaction informally without the need of any investigation.
So can I just add to that, Chair? Sorry.
Yeah, go on.
Councillor Auger, if people can cast their memory back to when we first started this and I did a presentation to the panel, I was clear in that presentation, but I know 12 months or more have elapsed. So in the good old days, you and I remember, a complaint was only something related to the specific conduct of an officer. the legislation that Emily's referred to changed the definition of a complaint to any expression of dissatisfaction. So if the police shut the motorway because there's someone threatening to jump off the motorway, and you ring in to say, I'm really unhappy that I got delayed on the motorway for an hour, that is now recorded as a complaint against the police. Now, in many cases, that makes sense because it is an expression of dissatisfaction, and in common parlance, that's what a complaint is. What we find, and this won't come as a surprise to you, is many complaints drag on for months because the police complaints process historically has been a very bureaucratic, and necessarily so in some respects, but a bureaucratic process. But often what we find, and the team find, is a simple explanation about why they haven't been updated within the last 7 days about their crime, an update and an apology effectively resolves their dissatisfaction, and they walk away from that conversation, that interaction happy. So effectively that's a service recovery. So it's a way of dealing with the complaint at the lowest possible level quickly to the satisfaction of the complainant without going through the bureaucracy of a formal professional standard investigation. But it's only done for, I hesitate to use the word minor complaint, but I'm sure you know, low level complaint.
Yeah, I accept that, but the name, basically, I don't know why you're calling it a service recovery. It's basically a complaint or a low-level complaint.
Well, we don't call it service recovery. That's what the legislation and the Independent Office of Police Conduct termed it in the legislation. It's a method. It's not a complaint. It's a method of dealing with a low-level complaint. It's an outcome for a complaint.
We didn't define it, Richard. Take it up with your MP.
Right, yeah. So the service recovery is an outcome. So where's the actual complaint? Where's the number of where's the complaint recorded? Is that in your overall complaints figure, or are these?
Yeah. So yeah, it is. So whether you complain about being beaten up in the back of a police van by 5 police officers, or whether you complain that we stopped you on the motorway because someone was threatening off to jump off a bridge, that is recorded as a complaint against the police. So we would expect to see complaints rise from a few hundred to several thousand a year over the course of the next few years. And that's not because the police are getting any worse. It's just because we are recording expressions of dissatisfaction as complaints now. Does that make sense?
No, I get it now. So the service recovery is a proportion of your overall complaints. They're just, so if you've got 600 complaints, 270 of them were service recovered. Service recovered. Yeah. Brilliant. All right.
Sorry if we didn't make that clear, Richard.
No. It's all right. It's just understanding where the original complaints. So we are capturing that. My second point was with regard to public satisfaction. Now, I think we all accept that the police complaints process over decades has been very difficult because people don't feel it's independent or it's blue investigating blue, and there are all sorts of problems. So the first question is have we seen anything with regard to public satisfaction with the Commissioner's Office taking on complaints? Because at the end of the day, that's got to be the outcome. It's got to be public confidence and satisfaction in the independence of any investigation into low-level or medium-level or high-level police wrongdoing. And the second part of that is connected, you know, with the decision-making going to Paul Fell, who's an ex-cop, does the Commissioner have any say or review on the decision-making? Because it could still be considered blue on blue. I'm trying to think of, if we've got the good satisfaction, public satisfaction, then the second bit isn't a problem. But if the people still feel it's still blue on blue, there's still a vested interest, we're never really going to get to where we want to get to, which is that independence and making sure complainants feel that they've had a good shout, especially when they feel aggrieved, if that makes any sense.
It's a valid point, Richard.
I think I'll answer that one. At the end of the day, the ultimate responsibility rests with me. I am quite satisfied in Emily and Paul's administration of it. If anything, I go the other way. He's an ex-police officer, so actually he's both got the knowledge, and I suppose had you been party to some of the very robust conversations with the force in terms of PSD, you would have that same confidence that, in other words, because to be frank, Paul's made some decisions they really haven't liked, and then pushed back kind of accordingly. In the end, I'm the elected representative. That's how I choose to administer it, if you know what I mean. Some of it is also to make sure that, to be blunt, we are sensible with complaints so they don't also end up at the panel's door, because as I think I said to you, there are some people who misuse the complaints system to escalate stuff all the way through that goes to you, when quite frankly they shouldn't have ended up at your door, because we have a number of serial complainers. There's probably another one that we should do at some point that probably talks about how many of our complainants are serial and the volume that they take. Emily, I think there's an awful lot of time you said that we're not going to name any individuals, but there's a small cohort that create an incredibly large amount of work.
Okay, Commissioner, I accept the justification for you setting up what you've set up. And I wasn't making a criticism, I was making an observation based on how the public may see this. So have we seen any early indications that there is more public satisfaction in the current system than there was in the old system? I'm trying to look at it from a public's point of view and having trust and confidence in the way we investigate low-level and high-level police wrongdoing.
Public confidence in Northamptonshire Police has continued to increase.
No, the investigation side, sorry, specifically, are they happy?
You're compromising. We do not have the plan. One of the things that I've got, under the PCC review, as Paul said there, we have the perverse situation that we have review, oversight and appeal, but the investigation has to be done by the police. It is not allowed to be done by us. And that is one thing I will be lobbying as part of the next review, because it seems perverse that we don't have the ability to actually investigate independently.
No, I understand that. Are the public satisfied? Have you done any work with regard to how this new process is being seen by the public? Is there greater in the way that we're handling, not so much the overall handling of complaints, or has that work not been done? I don't know.
Yeah, Stephen, can I answer that one?
Yeah.
The short answer is a bit of yes and a bit of no, Councillor. So the first thing is it's only just a year. This is only a year old, and therefore certainly in terms of reviews, we didn't start doing reviews. Correct me if I'm wrong, Emily. Probably until about the late summer of 2020, because it wasn't the legislation was not retrospective. So anybody that made a complaint prior to the 1st of February last year still had their process. They still followed the old legislative process. In other words, if you wanted to review it, went back to PSD. So we didn't start getting reviews, obviously, for 3 or 4 months into it. So in effect, we've been doing reviews for less than a year at this point, probably about 8 months. We have tried to gather some customer satisfaction data by sending out text surveys to respondents, and I'm going to say that when we started sending it out, we started sending out 10 or 12 a month. I don't think we had a single respondee, did we, Emily?
No, we have now had, I've sent out around 70 or 80 surveys now, and had a couple of responses, neither of which were helpful. They were just abusive, to be honest.
So in essence, I think in all honesty, we have made an effort to try and garner evidence about whether this is we think it's providing a better service. We failed to do so far, to be blunt, because we haven't had any responses to the 70 or 80 texts that we've sent out. Emily and I recently had a discussion about how we do that in a more effective way. So it's something we will be looking at doing, and clearly can bring back to the panel. But I can't provide you with hard and fast evidential facts around that at the minute, Councillor.
Okay.
I think in answer to you, Richard, though, there is an ambition for us in that area. It's right that at the end of the first year that we brought it here to yourself.
Yeah.
But actually, as Emily also indicated, a number of my colleagues have used outside independent firms to do the reviews, but we actually found that the quality of them was inappropriate, shall I put it that way, and we ceased to use them. So actually there is some work being done for us to kind of compare nationally with kind of some of the others, which we'll bring to you in due course.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to see how the public respond to this process and whether we're making things, people more confident with the way we do things, or whether we're back to square one. I know it's a difficult area, but it'd be nice to see some research at some stage, Commissioner.
Okay, thanks very much.
Yeah, and
Next
obviously,
sorry.
This is a piece of national legislation that everyone's kind of implementing. So the MOJ and everyone's kind of looking at it. Your other only indication now is, like I said, the IOPC are not a bunch of people that are easy to please. And like I said, Emily's team and the work that Paul are doing, they particularly are complimentary of in terms of their doing it. Whether the decision of the government to choose to do this with complaints is adding to confidence in policing is kind of a wider issue that is for the totality of us rather than just us.
Okay, Councillor Griffiths, you had your hand up, but it's not up anymore. Is that your...
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to start by apologising for my late absence.
Okay.
I have attended a very emotional virtual meeting at Wellingborough where we said goodbye to our council and sang out to You'll Never Walk Alone, which was hardly a dry eye in the house, I would suggest.
Okay.
But no, my questions were about serial complainers, because we all have them, and malicious complainers, because they have such an impact on individuals' well-being and, of course, operational performance as well. But that's been covered. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, next question from Councillor Gonzalez de Savage.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I'd like to first of all thank Emily and her team, which I think has been superb in terms of clearly what's gone on behind. I've read the report in detail, and also to Paul Fell, who has clearly understood with integrity what has to be achieved. I would just perhaps just rephrase something, which is service recovery to service resolution. It just would make things a little bit clearer, but that's not going to be a major issue. The only thing I was actually going to ask in terms of that is service recovery, definitely from a commercial world, would normally mean that the customer was recovered, if you like, in that respect. So was either offered a sort of an apology, whether it be in writing, or there will be something in terms of a tangible apology. As we know, the world is all about how can we sue or get money out of organisations, is what some people think. Personally, I just like good service on number one, and it wouldn't that make life easier from every operation. A couple of things that come about, which I think might be useful from a customer perspective, is, and I have to say, you know, as a 101 user yesterday on several calls, because I found that 101 actually just failed about 5 times until I managed to get hold of them. But anyway, I don't think it was 101. I'm sure someone will reassure me. I think it was probably more technology, although they were ground lines we were using. That it could be an opportunity to gain customer perspective on the service they've received by initiating a contact point there and then, not necessarily text message afterwards, which is useful sometimes in some areas, but certainly perhaps even just literally an indication, you know, would you like to press 1, 2 or 3 to join the customer feedback straight after your call to 101 or 999? Just might be a useful opportunity. In relation, I'll try and keep it brief, but in relation to serial offenders, if you like, or serial complainants, vexatious complaints, etc., and some people do the rounds, as Councillor Griffiths has just indicated, they are absolutely chocking up the public system. Perhaps they're lonely people, or perhaps they are people who clearly have a real complaint to air. Is it something that you're working multi-agency with, or are you consulting any other public bodies when you have a similar complaint or something that could possibly involve, say, somebody who had a psychiatric disorder and therefore the front end isn't being handled jointly at the moment, but this person, Mr. or Miss X, might be approaching every single public number in the system and making a complaint just to chalk it up. I'd like to understand that, and Steve and I have had many discussions over the years about how we can join up the front end and have one single customer interface or customer contact center, which would be much easier to try and even this out and probably make your life a lot easier as well, Emily. I wouldn't be surprised too. So that's one point. And how do the figures, 55 reviews, how do they compare to our nearest policing family or fire family? Because I imagine you're not just dealing with police complaints, but also dealing with some fire complaints at some point, although I'd very much hope they were personally a lot lower. How does that compare to other commissioner areas? May I ask the question? Sorry to ask it for you, but I think they're important.
So I'll start by answering a bit about stats, if that's all right. Sorry,
go on, Annie.
Went a bit funny there. As I said, the IOPC pull together data from all the forces and PCCs about reviews, and they produce a document that will compare us against all the most similar forces and nationally. Now, they haven't done that because of COVID, but they have assured me that that is going to be with us shortly into the financial year. So that will be really interesting. So all I've really managed to do is talk to other forces, which I have a number of contacts in multiple OPCCs, and it really does vary. We seem to be sort of middle ground in the number that we're receiving and the number that we're upholding, but there's all different numbers across the spectrum where I've seen people receiving a much bigger volume, and then again forces that are much bigger than us that are receiving less but upholding more. But it will be really interesting when we're able to compare that nationally.
And if I can just add to that, it's Paul Fell. Councillor, we did a detailed piece of analysis before we decided to set this team up, and based on what the force were already doing in terms of reviews, we estimated we'd probably have between 75 and 80 a year, I think it was. We're currently at the mid-50s, bearing in mind we've been doing that for about 8 months in anger, I guess. Now we're probably not far off our estimations. So we compare favourably with others in terms of stats. In terms of your wider question about customer service and repeat complainers, etc., I think there's two different distinct issues here. So the first one that I can absolutely reassure you on is that the Force Control Room, under the leadership of Ash Tuckley and now Emily Vernon, do have a forum and regular meetings with other partners, whether it be fire and rescue, local authorities, CCGs, about what you would consider to be those serial service users, because they're not necessarily complainers, they're service users who ring up again and again for a service. In terms of complaints, it's an interesting one because we do have some very repetitive, what we would determine to be some very repetitious complainers. However, we see very few of what I would call outright malicious complainers. Generally speaking, the people that complain, even if they complain regularly about the same thing, they have genuinely held belief that they've been wronged by Northamptonshire Police, and the regulations allow them to complain. And they are still quite bureaucratic in so much that if a complaint is made, a certain process has to be followed. We don't have the luxury is perhaps the wrong word. We don't have the flexibility that they do perhaps in some parts of the commercial world, where if you're not happy with our service, then don't use us anymore. But this is the end of the conversation. So it can take up time, but I think the number of what I would determine to be malicious complainers is a very, very small percentage.
Okay, Madam Chairman, can I just ask Paul a direct question then? In terms of that's reassuring from both yourself and Emily, Paul, to hear those points. So from a service recovery perspective, how do you judge 100% that the service has been recovered, or is it more service resolution? Because I think, and I know Richard's point earlier on about what service recovery really is. I mean, we've all received it in any sort of format, I'm sure, from a commercial element. Can we reterm it to service resolution rather than a service recovery? Because otherwise it seems as if we've either offered something to a member of the public, or
I think
perspective.
Yeah, I think if I'm being honest, I'll give you an honest view. I think we're playing semantics here with letters. As we said, we didn't dream the phrase up service recovery. It was dreamt up by the people that wrote the legislation. So that's how we report it, because that's how we need to report it to the IOPC. The reality is, though, in really simple terms, it may well be that service resolution is a better term. It may be something else is a better term, but that's what we call it. But in terms of an outcome, what it actually means in reality is, have we resolved the complaint, either to the satisfaction of the complainant, and that's the most important thing, or to a point where everything we've done is reasonable and proportionate. So I'll go back to my example. If we get a complainant who says, so the example Stephen gave, I'll use a really silly one. The example Stephen gave is a genuine complaint that we had to record, where a member of the public from a local parish council made a formal complaint against Northamptonshire Police because he was dissatisfied the police.
Oh,
Sorry, Paul, you froze.
Officers didn't wave to him enough on that trouble history. And I jest an explanation. We provided an apology if they felt that way, but there isn't anything else. I'm being honest here. There isn't anything else we're going to do about that. It's not a misconduct issue to not waive to a member of the public, and it doesn't mean they're not providing a good service. So the person may or may not have been satisfied, but that's in my judgment, that's a very reasonable and proportionate outcome. So it's been service recovered. If you complain about the motorway being shut because someone's jumped off a parapet, that's an explanation. You may not be happy with that, but I don't know what else we could ever do in terms of the provision of an apology and an explanation. We're sorry we delayed your journey, but this is why it happened. Some people will still say, yeah, but I'm not happy. I want something else to happen. Well, I don't know what else could be other than an explanation and an apology. So, I don't mean to be harsh when I say we're playing semantics, but I'm trying to explain what a service recovery looks like. It's either that the person walks away satisfied, or we can be satisfied that we've provided a reasonable and proportionate explanation for what it is they're complaining about. And largely, it's the former of those two.
Thank you very much. That's a good explanation. So, Mrs. Shields.
Sorry. Yes, my question is to Paul Fell and as well to Emily Evans. It's regarding the numbers of review you've done within a year, February to February 21, 55 reviews. So that means altogether 15. So what are the remaining of these 14 review then? So that means 15 has been acted upon, which is about 1 and something per calendar month. So what happened to the other 40 review?
So we had 55 in total, 7 of them were upheld.
Yes,
and we made 8 recommendations. The other ones were not upheld.
Yes, I get that. 7 upheld, 8 recommendations, so that is 15 altogether. 15 minus 55 is 40. So what happened?
There's some confusion here. The 7 that were upheld, we made them recommendations. 8 recommendations were in relation to them 7 that were upheld. They weren't separate. So we've upheld a complaint and we've made a recommendation. The other ones, the 40 odd, they just weren't upheld and there was no recommendations. We were satisfied that the outcome was reasonable and proportionate.
So repeat what you said, the last word, the outstanding, so the 7 cases minus 55, so the 40, yes?
48, yeah, 48 cases weren't upheld, 7 were upheld, and we made them 8 recommendations in relation to the 7 that were upheld.
So how many case officers were dealing with those 55 review? Because I don't know about a case review performed by a police officer, but I recall working in London and watching the caseload on in social services, and they were dealing with 80 cases per officer per day. So I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, well, it's certainly not many review, and I bear in mind what you have said, that you don't have any benchmark because of COVID to work and to compare with your peer. But if you could tell me how many officers have been dealing with this 55 review, so I have a better assessment.
Sorry, is that the subjects of the review or the people carrying out the reviews?
The people carrying out the 55 review.
That's just us three in the customer service team. We carry out the reviews, but we wouldn't carry out a review that we had been involved with in the service recovery of. So we would be coming to it independent. We would do them reviews, which take normally between 2 hours, but a more complex review, it can take a couple of days to do them, depending on what the complaint is and how much material there is to look through. And then our report is given to Paul, who is the final decision maker.
I'm sorry, but your response is not very clear to me. What I wanted to know is how many officers have dealt with the 55 review?
Mrs. Stewart, there are 3 people in that department, and all 3 of them are dealing with those. That's not the only thing they do. They don't only do reviews. Is that what you're meaning? That's
what's the rationale you're looking to understand, Mr. Shields?
Well, because as you know, there can be cases that take a hell of a lot of time from officer. It can take a year. So I just want to have a feeling of the intricacy of reviewing those 55 reviews.
Okay, can I help here?
Yes.
They're not investigations issues. The purpose of a review is to ascertain whether or not, when someone makes a complaint and professional standards deal with it and give the outcome of that complaint, if a complainant is not satisfied, the purpose of the review under the law is to determine whether or not the explanation they were provided and the inquiries in terms of investigation of their complaint were reasonable and proportionate. It's not a review of the investigation. So if they're a victim of crime, it's not about a review of the investigation, it's about a review of the response to their complaint. So Emily's team of 3 do those reviews, but that's not, as Jill said, that's not all they do. They also record complaints, deal with customer service matters, deal with the service recovery, etc., etc. So all of those 55 have been dealt with, and they take 2 to 3 hours for a standard review all the time. I don't think we can, if I'm honest, I don't think we can be any clearer than that. If you need any further details, we'll have to have a discussion offline, I think.
Okay, thank you, Paul. You've been very clear.
Okay. We'll just have to take one more question, Mr. Mahaffey, and then we'll move on.
Thank you, Chair. It's a question for Stephen. Stephen, in the paper, you say the Police and Crime Act makes you responsible for holding the chief officers to account for the way in which complaints are dealt with by the force, presumably the PST. Are you comfortable with how the force is dealing with complaints? And if you are, what's the basis for your comfort?
Yeah, 2 parts to that question. One, I am, partly because of the process. Are they perfect? No, otherwise there wouldn't be the desire to review. And like I said, of the ones that we reviewed and the 7 that were upheld. The bit that I take is I have a regular dialogue with the IOPC. So I meet with the director on a regular basis, who actually has access to all of the benchmarks for Northamptonshire Police versus kind of others. So yes, I can. I suppose the bit you're asking for, am I certain there's no systemic issue within Northamptonshire Police? Actually, I am comfortable that there's no systemic issue, because I think our processes would find out. And that was the reason I went for option 2. So actually from something couldn't be hidden away. Do I think the system is perfect? No. As I think I said, as part of PCC Review 2, I think as Paul said there, I think there's a bit around our capacity. We can look at the evidence, and obviously I have no reason to believe this is the case. I'm trusting of the situation, and we go out to benchmark it, because as Emily also said, we then also go and do spot checks on some of the stuff that we do in terms of review the actual investigations. So yeah, yes, I am, and I suppose my main comfort comes from having invested in that area, in that team, in terms of Paul, Emily, and her colleagues, and also from the IOPC, from the kind of the independent. And obviously that is at this moment in time should I or someone subsequent, we are able to find it out. In other words, everyone should have more confidence in it, because the actual system we've got in place means that the complaint comes to us. So in other words, someone, you know, and obviously I don't think this was the case, but I think there was a suspicion, and the reason the government put this legislation in place was to make sure, you know, some of the practices, let's say in the 70s nationally, where some kind of complaints come in and sort of they were dismissed. And do you know what? Some of them, on the face of it, you look at and kind of go, I'm not sure about that, but actually everyone needs to be given, and as Paul said, it needs to be a proper, careful look at it. So yeah, yes, I am confident, and like I said, that confidence comes from multiple sources for me.
I'm assuming, therefore, that you mentioned the dip samples. I'm assuming that that's provided you with a degree of confidence in this as well, has it? Yeah, and to be fair, the dip samples were a practice that was always there, and that came as a statutory responsibility that wasn't a police authority statutory one, was one there. And Emily and Paul and I have all worked together for some time now. Emily, how many years have you been doing dip samples?
Coming up for 5 now.
So, and it's just in terms of small things as well. So our professional standards department actually is in a police station in Daventry. So part of the reason for some of the estate stuff that you've seen is to actually get them brought back alongside of the rest of the stuff to force. So there are also other bits to make sure that we're even more robust. Emily, I suppose there's a loaded question for you. Have you found anything that's given you cause for concern on the, or grave cause for concern? I know there's probably bits you might have learned and we fed back on. Would you like to comment on the dip samples? That's not meant to be a trick question, or Paul, you might want to.
No, of course. To be honest, most of the things that I would pick up would be more low-level things, like perhaps a missing 28-day update, or back when the legislation said complaints had to be recorded within 10 working days, it would be more little bits of admin bits and pieces like that. But I do meet on a really regular basis, probably every other week, with the business manager from PSD, and we will both bring to that meeting things that they may have noticed that they want to raise with us about our service recovery and sending of complaints to them, and likewise I raise things with them. So we're in regular contact all the time about everything.
And there's been some very robust response to things like that we have a bad apple program to get stuff to people kind of declare. If anything, some of the bad apples, and it's difficult, you know, bad apples get used, has been used. Some, you know my view on forces performance, it's still area for room for improvement. You know, some people who don't like being managed try and use the bad apples and malign the managers trying to manage them. So it's never.
Stephen, you've got muted and Paul isn't muted, so we're getting quite a lot of background noise. I think we could move on now anyway. It's very reassuring that you're running this new...
I'm assured is the answer you're looking for.
Right, can we go on to the fire rescue plan delivery update? Commissioner, if you'd like to present your report.
I'll hurry us along because I know some of you have got to go, haven't you, I think, so we won't stay quiet. Yeah. Madam Chairman, as we already discussed, the challenges of dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic has dominated the fire rescue's work over the last 12 months. However, the report from HMIC FRS has clearly underlined the improvements that we have been able to make due to the performance of the fire and rescue service. I was grateful for the recognition from central government about the scale of the ongoing challenge to rebuild the service's finance. But it's clear to me we are well on our way now to be a service that has the stability and support to ensure the foundation of success that we have built upon for the longer term in a sustainable manner. For example, I'm very proud that the average response time to all incidents within the service has improved month on month since the
Sorry, Stephen, we lost you.
Have we lost him completely?
Government change make much needed, but also extra firefighters as well. I'm positive, realistic and optimistic about the future of our fire and rescue service. I know there are challenges ahead as we emerge from the pandemic, but as today's report sets out, we're in a better position than many of us dared to think we could have been when the service was transferred from the county council. Our performance is improvement and the investments we are able to make is making a massive difference in the front line. I'll probably best for me to stop and take questions, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I haven't got any hands up at the moment. Just a quick question from me then. What are the areas of interoperability agenda that you would like to see progressed further than there is currently done?
One of the calls I had this morning with the Stephen Greenhalgh, who is the Fire Minister, I think there is a real opportunity, as demonstrated by the work with the Safer Streets Fund and the delivery of it in Northamptonshire. There's been some really great work in terms of where not only in the consultation about having kind of alley gates, there was also the opportunity to then install fire smoke alarms. Paul, I can't remember the exact percentage. There's a number of visits that we did, and I think it was kind of, I can't remember the number, it was quite a chunky number of houses visited that subsequently took up in terms of fire smoke alarms from a risk.
Yeah. In Wellingborough, I haven't got the exact numbers, but in Wellingborough it was just over 650 houses that were visited, primarily for safer streets. But as a result of that, there were nearly 300 home fire safety checks done in an area which is subject to high levels of primary fires and arsons. So in effect, it was an ancillary benefit of safer streets that wouldn't necessarily been achieved if we hadn't got the fire service to do it.
Yeah, so there is that. And one of the primary ones continues to be for me is we've obviously things like Grenfell and also the Kerslake report on the back of Manchester. And for those of you, and you know, you all look like well-read individuals, but I'm sure you don't look like you look like you have a decent night's sleep. But any of you, if you can't, please pick up the Kerslake report. I'm merely saying it's a large report. The contents of it are actually very, very important. And actually the disconnect between Manchester Fire and Rescue and the police in terms of the response to that left a lot in terms of, because I think you'll find the control room, for instance, for fire and rescue is kind of in Lancashire, and obviously the police one is in Manchester. Their inability to kind of communicate and bring together a unified response. So one of the ones for me that's quite critical and part of the estates is the feasibility to bring together, certainly in one location, fire and rescue and police control room, but preferably subject to it being financially viable, both the fire and police on the same system, so that also there might be a different response. And I'll give a good example of that. I was given I think it actually came through as an observation rather than a complaint, but a lady had got T-boned by a well-known delivery firm that had pushed her car into a ditch. Northamptonshire Fire and Rescue weren't called, Northamptonshire Police were, to try, because it had bashed the side of the car. She was in there with a child, and police, given the demand at that time, were not able to respond. Had it been the same control room, that would have been very easy to say, no, you know what, we haven't got anything from a policing point of view, but actually fire and rescue will come and actually happily, if you like, open your door and actually able you to kind of get out safely. So there's a real practical example of where they are. And of course, that we're seeing more and more in terms of looking where we can do in terms of training. Obviously, the major work that we tend to spend a lot of time on is the enabling services. But there is also a strong track record here in Northamptonshire around the things like the NILOs and some of the stuff that's already been doing, the £1 million that we got for the state of the art mobile facility for police and fire. But there is some more work being done. But primarily for me, I want to see more done around control room and also around community safety.
Thank you very much. Councillor Olga, you had your hand up first.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. We recently agreed an emergency plan and critical incident plan for the West Northamptonshire Council. And one of the things I noted in there was a lack of test and exercise. There isn't really a regime. I know we're in a permanent state of critical incident management with COVID, and the current gold, silver, bronze and the cells are working really well. But I'm thinking into the future, especially with regard to the fire service, in ensuring that we jointly test and exercise these critical incident and emergency plans to ensure that we are match fit for other emergencies and incidents that will occur. I do have a concern that whether we would be match fit dealing with two, but we did have the floods at Christmas, didn't we? I think it was around Christmas, and we dealt with them and with the COVID emergency quite admirably. But I'm thinking more about the future as we go into normality, and your thoughts on not only the blue light services of the police and the fire service, but all of us getting together to ensure that we regularly test and exercise at least one major tabletop a year, if not smaller events, whereby we can ensure our protocols, policies and working practices are all in place should we need them in anger. Over to you, Commissioner.
Councillor, I'm very glad you brought that one up. There's two parts to it. One, I can provide reassurance. Prior to COVID, yeah, there is some robust bits, and if you like, next time I do one, I'll make sure that there's an invite for you, for those of us that are still around or not, if you like, to come and see it, because I think the last one I attended was one that they were doing in the Grosvenor. There was also one where a simulation of a plane crash out towards Wellingborough. I think it ran in an air balloon and the kind of impact. There was one with kind of search and rescue. So actually in this county, we have a good track record of it. But the reason I'm glad you brought it up is there is a genuine concern on behalf of Blue Light with the new authorities in terms of the go-to person for decision making to where to do it. So I think those of us here would welcome that we do some, we make sure that does occur, because of course they will be new authorities. There's been good, strong relationships with those at the county council to make sure those things have been done, because I myself saw them participate in some of those. But I think there is an opportunity to see how we can build on that with both health and all the emergency services planning. And I know Chief Fire Officer particularly wants to take a leading role in making sure that we improve our response because of the risks that exist around that.
Yeah, you maybe know this, Commissioner, but the Northern Authority is hosting the emergency planning and will be supporting the West in providing us with services. My concern in the West is to ensure that we are match fit, and certainly if I get elected and if I still hold this portfolio, that's something I'll be talking to with the North and with fire and with the blue light services to ensure that we have this regular test and exercise to making sure that we are fit. And to be fair, I think we've done really well during COVID as a structure and a response to this crisis. I'd be very proud of the way that all the agencies work together, but we've got to keep that going long term. Thank you, Chair.
Absolutely, yeah, I agree. And hopefully, should I join you in being re-elected, I look forward to working on that with you.
Okay, Mr. Mahaffey.
Thank you, Chair. Stephen, of course, and unfortunately, all this needs paid for. So if you, on the assumption that you do continue in the role, when do you think you'll have a balanced medium-term financing plan by?
From the as you know, there is so each year I set a set of objectives for each chief, which has kind of operational delivery. it has financial pieces in it. As you know, that the bit that's unsettling the financial situation from the fire and rescue service continues to be the, quite frankly, unaffordable capital program that kind of we have in front of it. As part of the, and I'll let Mrs. King comment on that in a minute, there is a requirement in the current financial year to generate, and as you know, Helen's involved in it, an updated one. Obviously, as I mentioned before, the extra million, well, the extra £2 million, the 1 million solves us from a reserves point of view, which did have an impact of adding something like 150,000 from the to the revenue budget. But there is also some underspend, which I won't want to ruin my own bit later on. There is some bits that will kind of help to do it. I would say over the next 12 months we would do that. I have some update on the policing one, but I won't stray into that in terms of that. But we are sustainable in the short term. Some of that also we need to bear in mind is also as a consequence of the uncertainty created through council tax collection rates. Mrs. King, are you there? Because I can't see you. Is she with you, Paul?
I'm here. Does the camera come round to me, or do I have to move to the camera?
I think the camera is sadly sitting on Paul Fell, and it's not coming through the main one on the screen.
Is the camera coming to me? I'm coming here.
You have to turn it round. You have to turn Paul Fell's laptop round, I think, is the other.
Is that better? We've got a good
state-of-the-art technology. What can I tell you?
It's not on laptop, Steve.
Okay, we've got a good distance between us. Okay, the principle we work to is the same principle that we work to as the external auditors, which is to make sure that we can balance the budget over the minimum 3-year period to demonstrate the going concern. That can be by identifying savings and by using reserves. We can do that on both policing and on fire, but on fire it's really, really tight. There are gaps and we would have to use reserves. So my point is still that we still have to develop that detailed savings plan. We are, as I'll point out in the fire report, in significant conversations with the Home Office about the ongoing base budget funding for fire. We really need to try and get that addressed and changed. If we can't, then yes, we will have to move forward with some of those stronger savings. But we are doing the, let's try and get that base budget funding much more suitable for fire. And I had a conversation with the Home Office only 10 days ago in that regard, and I wish to try and influence the spending review from that perspective for fire. So we can balance it over the 3 years. It is not enough. It does require savings. It's not helped by having 1-year funding settlements. We really do need those longer term funding settlements, but our worst case is we do work to the external auditor's 3-year going concern.
Would it be a reasonable?
Sorry, Robert, I was just going to say, I think also some of the numbers we gave you last time, some of the collection rates and some of the growth rates, don't get me wrong, the funny thing is a very small percentage change, positive or negative, has a kind of effect. So you're right, it is very finite. A lot of work needs to be done. I think genuinely the fire service has found some savings that they continue to make, and obviously we now with the coming in terms of enabling services, we're still on schedule for some of those, and I think we're expecting to find some benefits there that will be long. One of the things that we're also asking as part of the PCC kind of review is we actually have asked the government as part of that governance, because sometimes, and I use this as an example, now, okay, we bought a fleet and we're going to fit it out. Sometimes, and I use the building I'm sat in right now, policing needed to buy it and fire needed to kind of make a contribution. There is some absurdity that actually it's all public money, and so we are lobbying the government to say actually, particularly on capital, rather than revenue, that's given from central government, that's some local latitude given around some of the decision making, that would then enable us to think, because actually it then means that both service can give better.
So yeah, I appreciate that there's a lot of conversations there that need to be had. Would it therefore be fair to assume that by the time it comes round to the next precept request, that by that date, at a minimum, we should be seeing a balanced medium-term financing plan?
On fire, Mr. Mahaffey, there is a longer road to go on fire. There is a longer road to go. We don't know what next year's spending review will be, which will inform next year's settlement. Yes, we are working with fire with their medium-term financial plan and the savings plans that they need to make based on current forecasts. And so we are working really, really closely with them to do that. I couldn't make you that commitment now, but that is what we are working towards. We always knew with the fire governance that it would take a longer period of time to get that organisation financially resilient and financially stable. We have always said that that would take that journey. Obviously in policing, you've seen the difference on the medium-term financial plan on policing, with very, very small shortfalls, which the Chief Constable's got his targets on, and he's working on his savings plans for. Fire has got a lot more factors to it. As Stephen highlighted, the capital programme's been reviewed. That has a big impact on every single year on the medium-term plan. We're trying to get those costs down. If we underspend more this year as well, Mr. Mahaffey, there's a possibility we can use that to fund some of the capital financing and really make the little bit of money that fire have got work for them. The assurance that I can give you is, even with COVID, we have got fire in a more stable position than we ever had in our initial financial plans for the fire governance. We always knew it was a long journey, and it's been a very tight journey, and there isn't much wiggle room in there. So I would love to tell you, absolutely, we'll have a 3-year balanced medium-term financial plan by the time we come round to the next precept. But I cannot make you that promise while there's so many factors in there at play. That would not stop me working towards it.
And I think
we've strayed on to the budget item, but it was very important. So
just to finish, Madam Chairman, could I beg your indulgence just to finish that one? Right, before you join, to be honest, before I took on the governance, the process took quite a bit longer because the government were not satisfied that actually. Paul, can you go on mute? Paul. Thanks.
Yeah, well, when I can regain control of it.
Oh, okay. It took us a long time to get over the governance because the government were not convinced it was going to be viable, and in some respects, probably against some advice I was given, we took that risk and are in a better position than we perceived it to be. But you're absolutely right. It is one of the biggest risks that we still have got to solve. But the trajectory is probably, if there were a graph, we're actually in front of it. And so far, we've secured an extra £3 million through grants and bits from government to help get us in the kind of right place. But you're right, you should keep asking us that question. But our ambition is to have a medium plan. One would hope by next year, but as I say, there's a lot of other variables that are in there.
Okay, I said we strayed into the later item on the agenda, but we dealt with
the later items on the annual
budget. Yeah.
Madam Chairman, it's Ken Pritchard. I must tender my apologies to yourselves, panel members, and also the Commissioner for my late entry into the meeting. Had a few personal problems this morning, and unfortunately I wasn't able to inform you of my late start. So
okay, welcome now. Okay, Mrs. Shields, was it? If it's on finance, we'll leave it to later. But if it's on the delivery plan.
yes, is to do. I just wanted to have a word with Helen King, is to do with what she just said now, that she had a discussion with the Home Office about 10 days ago. I just wanted to know. I just wanted to know about the impact, if there is any, of the Chief Fire Officer to review the fire capital program in the light of the deliverability and affordability, because from the scenario that we were provided a few months ago by Helen, we were given the 1.99% increase for the precept of £5. Now, the £5 would have shown...
So, Mrs. Shears, I think this is really going on to the budget, isn't it? Because that's our items mentioned there, the 1.99 or £5.
I'm happy to cover that in the budget when we get to that, Chair, if that would help.
We can leave that for a few minutes, until we get to that item. Okay. Because we've got the item 10, is the Police and Fire Rescue budget update. So if we'll do that at that point. If we could go on to the Police and Crime plan delivery.
Sorry, Chair, is that essentially a case of noting the delivery update for Fire
Yes,
Rescue?
thank you very much. Yes, we note that for...
Well, there'll be various questions, so we need to reach a conclusion before moving on.
Sorry, Chair, I'm sorry, but you cut me off. I was asking a pertinent question.
But that's really in with the Fire and Rescue budget update, isn't it?
No, it's the Fire Accountability Board on the 12th of January. It's at page 58 of the Budget and Treasury Management.
Okay, all right. But, okay, we'll deal with it now, but I thought it was more on the other item.
Yeah, my question was very simple. On the light of what Helen King was saying, that she had a conversation with the Home Office regarding the challenge facing fire and rescue funding. I'm aware that next year she'll be able to balance the budget if she had the 5%, the £5 precept, but this is not the case. So we're going to have a deficit year on year, and I'm wondering if the discussion that she's had, she would have further funding, perhaps in a pipeline, to help a challenging program that we are faced with the fire and rescue. So basically, I just want to have reassurance in one way or another that yes, it is a case, or no, it is not the case.
Okay, I misunderstood as well, Mrs. Shields. Okay, my conversations with the Home Office were very much along the lines of, thank you very much for the extra funding for 21-22. It's very welcome, but it doesn't solve the issue. You're quite right. It doesn't solve the gaps for the future. We need to tackle the medium-term financial position. And they want to work with us to try and make as best a case as we can to do that. They can't give any commitment at this point in time, Mrs. Shields. They can't make any promises to us, but they understand our financial challenges. They are keen to see our savings plans. They are keen to make representation on Northamptonshire's behalf, to do everything they can to help influence the next spending review, which will decide the 22-23 funding and thereafter. So, you know, we will keep that push, and we're keeping those conversations. We're highlighting the savings that would be needed, what the impact of those things would be. We've been working really openly and transparently with the Home Office, and they want to help and influence that, but it has a long way to run. While we have 1 year funding settlements, and we've only just got the 21-22 funding settlement, it's a long process and it's a long conversation, because the funding for obviously for 22-23 will not come out until probably December at the end of this year. So we are preparing on the savings plans and preparing for the worst, whilst at the same time having the conversations with the Home Office to try and influence extra funding in the base. Does that help answer your question?
Yeah, thank you very much. From what I can see, everything is up in the air, if I may say so.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, can we now pass on to the police and crime plan delivery update, Stephen?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, as you see, I will hurry up because we were running out of time, weren't we? As you can see, this update continues to develop and evolve. I'm now providing even more information on how we are delivering the priorities of my police and crime plan. Investing in the front line has been one of the key priorities of mine since my first day in office. And I'm very proud we are now able to more than double the number of neighbourhood constables with an aim to have even more in coming years. As the report sets out, these will be additional officers to add to the neighbourhood police and PCSOs already working across the county. Thanks to the investment I've made and through working closely with the Chief Constable Nick Adderley, neighbourhood policing will now be at the heart of our fight against crime, with visibility, locally accountable policing to tackle the problems that matter to people. This new focus has been made possible by the increased number of police officers in the force, and we are still on target to have the largest number of officers the force has ever had in its history. Work is also ongoing to install 150 new cameras that will more than double the size of the AMPR network across Northamptonshire. The cameras mark a £1.3 million investment in AMPR technology as part of a wider strategy to strengthen the response to crime, support road safety, and deny criminals the use of the roads. This investment underlines our determination to create a hostile environment for criminals in Northamptonshire, underpinned through robust enforcement. As you know, I've supported the Chief Constable to ensure he is able to deliver to this key priority, as well as focusing on the areas of concern that I speak to residents about the most. A good example of this is residential burglary, and the excellent work the force has delivered has seen a reduction in burglaries and an increase in victim satisfaction. Having your home invaded and violating is beyond distressing. However, knowing that you have a police force that is actively targeting burglars and supporting victims in a timely and proactive way has gone a long way to reinsure both residents and victims. Another strand of this work, as mentioned earlier today, was the £1.375 million grant we successfully bid for from the Home Office Safer Streets Fund. This has helped to deliver home security packs to over 2,000 homes. So I love to jump to me props. Everyone was wondering if I was leaving. I've got other props. To over 2,000 homes, and also as well as 520 homes with poorer street lighting and street design will be receiving free crime prevention products such as door chains and letterbox guards, which are being supplied and fitted free of charge. The money is also being helped to provide much needed improvement in investing in CCTV across Northampton, Kettering and Wellingborough. Another key priority has been the investment in early intervention, which can make a massive difference to people's lives and ultimately keep people out of the criminal justice system. The impact of the ACE workers has had a real difference to families across Northamptonshire and helps to support some of the most vulnerable residents. Our investment is supporting those affected by domestic abuse, and it's particularly important at the moment, and as the report sets out, was in response to the growing number of police call-outs for domestic family contacts related incidents unlikely to result in prosecution. This is an area I take very seriously as PCC, and I'm very proud that our small ACE team is making a big difference. And I'm sure this is an area of work that will continue to grow in importance as the new unitary authorities start to undertake their roles next month. Madam Chairman, I'm aware this has been a very long and detailed report, but it's to capture what we as an office are working on each and every day. As you can see, we've delivered a lot, but there's also a lot more to do. As ever, happy to take questions on the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. And looking back over your period of your tenure, what would you say was your biggest success, and what would you like to have done better?
Oh, flipping heck, Jill, what should I have done better? Oh, gosh.
And well, I might point out that my Democratic Services Officer had suggested that question.
Okay, thanks, James. I was going to give you some thanks in the end. I'm going to take it back in a minute. No, I'm just going to.
I thought it might give you an opportunity to, mull over the, the past. Sorry, we've lost you now. Stunned to silence.
What? Am I back yet?
Yes.
Oh, I think I've come back. I froze. Hopefully, I've come back. To be honest, I don't think there's. I know it sounds thinking. I don't think there's one area I really want to pick out, because actually there's a number of things I'd kind of want to talk about. Look, the growth in police officers and the recruitment program, simple things. Some of you would know we went and met this candidate called Boris Johnson, got him in a room and persuaded him of why they needed to recruit the 20,000, whether it be AMPR, whether it be the ACE workers for domestic violence, whether it be the youth team, whether it be the enabling services, the governance change for fire and rescue, whether it be the recruitment of kind of Nick Adderley as Chief Constable. There's a lot of things that I think I've got to be proud of, and the electorate will determine whether that's kind of good enough or not. I think the funniest one in some respects is when I kind of used to go back all the way to the beginning, because as some of you know, we moved with the chiefs to Wellingborough this week, and actually as I went back through, it's a bit like a house movement, so you're clearing out lots of kind of old paperwork, and some of the stuff that I was kind of finding was where we were. Wootton Hall had been sold to make way for, to be fair, a much needed and what is now a great school, but at the same time with no real plan as to where police are going to do. There's also things like the rollout of technology, the drop in terms of time. In some respects, all of them do that. But I suppose one of the bits that gives reassurance that we're now in the right direction is ironically, Zoe Billingham, the HMIC, is going to leaves in September. It's a conversation I had with her kind of quite recently. One of the things that I wanted to be assured of, that Northamptonshire Police's progress was genuine. I've seen, to be blunt, some of their reports and whatever, and we've had some very robust conversations where at some point, and she says, I never let her forget it. I don't mean to, but it was painful for me at the time, where they felt that the force had made some progress that I didn't think it had. I now genuinely can look at the situation, and this house is built on very firm foundations. They are both financial, they are both people. The force is not where it needs to be yet. Some of the work they've done on children, some of the stuff that they've made significant improvements, but they have not reached the goal of a good to outstanding force yet. I did an interview the other day, and I think it was Helen Blade tweeted me. I said, we're out of the relegation zone, but we're kind of still in the, we're still kind of in the bottom half, and we aren't playing for any silverware kind of any time soon. But I think if I might use that analogy a bit further, we kind of got some star players who are starting to show themselves. We've got a very engaged and passionate, and as I walked around yesterday, I was talking to her, but I talked to a lot of kind of new police officers, and there was somebody who had joined, because in many respects, there used to be a joke in Northamptonshire Police, as they used to joke that Leicestershire is kind of Leicestershire, and we were South Leicestershire. We were kind of the poor cousins. And she's a resident, our new police officer, a resident of Leicestershire. And I said, why did you join Northamptonshire Police? She said, well, and I'm not maligning Leicestershire because I've got a high regard for them and their Chief Constable. It was kind of like, you know what? There's something very exciting going on in Northamptonshire, and it's the force to kind of be. I can feel it's making progress, and I can kind of make a difference. And just the language and the way in which it kind of communicates. And I think above anything, our ambition, because I think for many years, Northamptonshire Police, there was this feeling that its best days were behind it, and now that's no longer the case.
Very good. Okay, Councillor Auger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, I just wanted to report on some really early shoots of success with the new approach to neighbourhood policing. Certainly, the attitude of the area commander for the West in ensuring that there is representation at the major town and parish council meetings, the really big ones we have about, or did have 3 a year. That regular attendance and commitment to that has been seen, and of course that is a wonderful way to be accessible and visible to all our parishes in one go, which is very, very powerful. And yesterday evening I had a phone call from the area commander with regard to the attempted murder in East Haddon, and again that was very welcome that we were able to get that information to our local elected members to ensure that if there are any questions or issues that we were forearmed with the intelligence as to what was going on. Those are the early starts that you can see that engagement with the community, which once the cops and the PCSOs are on the ground will only increase, and I can only see good things happening. But my challenge for you is that, you know, I read with interest the success of how we've impacted on burglaries. You know, the question, and it's you don't really need to answer this, but maybe, you know, at a future meeting with the Chief Constable, if you are, and I hope you will be successful in the next election, to sit down with him and say, how is it that when we have these focused operations on specific crimes, we are so successful? And we have been, whether that's robbery, burglary, dwelling, burglary, non-dwelling, you know, why can't we do that with domestic violence? Why is it still that violence against a partner is still this intractable problem? You know, why aren't we each meeting we have with you hearing about the number of arrests and prosecutions that are taking place with domestic violence, which is a very complex crime to investigate because of the power relationship between the offender and the victim, and how that plays out in giving evidence in court. But I am sure that if the Northamptonshire Police put all their bright minds and energy behind it, we could do something pretty significant in dealing with this scourge that has been around for decades and decades, and start reporting on some, you know, successes in prosecution, in arrests, in protecting people. I know we have a strategic plan, but what I just haven't seen is that regular, you know, successful trumpet blowing approach that we have for burglary with domestic violence. And I would suggest, Commissioner, that domestic violence is a far more vicious and evil criminal activity than home invasion, and we need to take it seriously. So it's just, you know, maybe one of those quiet conversations, say, you know, why is it that we can't do that? What is stopping the force from really tackling this within Northamptonshire? Thank you, Chair.
I think there's two parts for that. Northamptonshire Police, and we put quite a lot of extra investment in terms of team, in whether it be the MARAC, whether it also be we were at in terms of the Sunflower, the proactive approach. So actually arrests for DV continue to escalate here in Northamptonshire. So we monitor those percentage, but we're not. You know, it's not a solution policing can solve alone. So should we both be here, I'll take you up on that, because actually how we work in conjunction with the local authorities, we need to have a kind of a joined up approach. But be assured, the response to DV for Northamptonshire Police is a lot. It's not perfect, but I would actually rate it as good in terms of some of the work that they're doing. Some of the challenges you got in terms of the confidence to report around kind of historic and some of those. Do I think it's perfect or where it would want to be? No, I think there's a whole thing societal about approach to kind of women and protection of them that is one which I'm sure we'll come to later. But yeah, I share that question. I look forward to working with you on that.
Okay, Mrs. Shields.
Stephen, my question, I'm picking up from what Richard's comment has been made. I had compiled actually a questionnaire about some key performance indicators that are really painful to read. When I say painful, it's because it is to do with domestic abuse, it is to do with serious sexual offense, violent crime, etc. And it's all linked to domestic abuse. And when I look at your victim satisfaction on domestic abuse, you show 88.5% of satisfaction compared to the target that you should reach of 90%. Now, I'm aware that domestic abuse has existed for hundreds of years against women, but the measure in which that your chief constable say he would do a more targeted approach, which I really don't understand what he means by that. How confident are you that these statistics that we're getting every time on board meeting are going to be reduced? Because they are very, very difficult statistic to come to a satisfactory outcome. And the reason being is culminated by your criminal justice system, which when you look at the caseload that has been from April to December, 80% increase from 1,153 to 2,076, which make me believe that when you state Northamptonshire County Court and Magistrate, the caseload is so heavy, culminated as well with a pandemic. How optimistic are you to reduce those level of statistic to a more palatable result?
There's several parts of that, and let me be clear from a Northamptonshire criminal justice has probably always had one of the, and I'm saying this as statements, factors, so don't think that I find acceptable, has had a very serious issue in terms of court backlog for a number of years. My predecessor actually offered £1 million to enable the court provision to be increased, but actually there was it was not accepted on the basis that it felt that, you know, it be coming to the Police and Crime Commissioner, despite our mandate that's wider across the CJ landscape. Obviously, something the government is going to look at more as part of the PCC review, and it was rejected because it felt it was kind of compromised. So I am very, and funny enough, I met with our head of voice earlier in the week, and it's of great concern around the fact that the Nightingale Court seems to be off the table for here in Northamptonshire. They have made some good progress, and I applaud the work of our local resident judge and also the HMCTS that they've got it up there. And actually, they're stemming the backlog, but we're not getting to it. And actually, some of the stuff that we've got around policing, and we've made some extra investment in providing kind of case builders to make sure that we submit stronger cases to get better judicial outcomes. I'm very concerned, particularly in the area of women's violence. You know, if you're a victim of rape and you're needing to wait 2 years before that case comes to court, quite frankly, you are quite rightly, and I wouldn't judge anyone, want to move on with your life. And actually the same goes for in terms of domestic violence. You know, trying to make sure that we come up with evidential packages that people kind of plead. This kind of individuals you're dealing with really run the risk that they're going to plead not guilty, because actually it's a good time, it might not take too long, it'll take too long, and then people will choose not to proceed. So it genuinely is a real risk that kind of sits across all of it. So this is where I kind of, you know, I can't hold the Chief Constable to account because, you know, person A suddenly decides to do something in their home. I can hold him to account for the response to what happens when that has happened. So there is this bit about sometimes we do get thinking on a number on whether it kind of goes up or down. You know, the Chief Constable or no one in Northamptonshire other than the person that commits it can decide whether a murder should go ahead or not. It's actually the force's response and the outcome that kind of comes as a consequence of that. Now, I repeatedly said, and it does give me no satisfaction, but I think HMIC backs it up in the both recent reports and letters that they've issued, that actually Northamptonshire Police has made significant progress in all areas, but is not a good to outstanding force yet. It is, you know, when we get a next inspection, I don't think we'll get inadequate. So I still think there'll be some requires improvements and a mixture of goods. That still is not good enough, but also that's the bit in terms of it takes your time to, you know, I wanted to do this with neighbourhoods for some time, but we never had the resource. Some of you might have seen, you know, our police online, you know, one of the other bits that's not in there, and you're quite right to say, but actually the climb in kind of paedophile contacts online continue to grow. Northamptonshire Police can't choose whether those numbers go up. It can only choose whether how it deals with it on what it gets reported to it. There are some kind of wider societal issues. I mean, there was a terrifying report I was reading the other day. I reckon there's 500,000. So in other words, 2/3, 500,000 men in the United Kingdom have viewed or reacted with paedophilic images of children. You know, that's quite terrifying. That's almost 2/3 the size of kind of Northamptonshire. And actually, of course, you know, that then takes into porn and other in terms of bits. So we have to be clear about what we hold people to account for. And I don't take it that I'm defending force to say all of its performance is perfect, but also at the same time, it's not. They've made significant improvements, to quote HMIC FRS, but they're not where I would want them to be, you would want them to be, or even more importantly, where the Chief Constable would want them to be at this moment in time. But real progress has been made. But a lot of things have been done in terms of the review of, Nikki, do you want to, some of the stuff around kind of MARAC and some of that joint working to kind of MADRA, sorry, in terms of, I'm going MADRA myself, what I was going to say. There is some really good work that's going on, but of course, in terms of outcomes, it's not going to show up as good work, yeah, because this stuff is just not going to find its way to court right now.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the work we're doing, particularly around the MADRA, is to try and put in place some intervention around domestic abuse at an earlier stage. So as well as reviewing the high risk cases, which will obviously still go to Sunflower as our IDFA support service, we've also got a kind of triage system working around those earlier cases to try and identify appropriate support for them to prevent incidents escalating to the point where they become high risk. Now, there is a partnership process around that. It's actually starting to work really well. It involves ourselves, the police, our social care colleagues, and also health, or relevant parts of health are all around the table as well. And from the OPCC side of things, we have employed some additional members of staff in our ACE team who specifically are trained and able to work with early stage intervention around domestic abuse. Now, as with all things that are early intervention, they can have some really, really positive impacts. And over time, once cases start to get worked through, we will collect that in terms of the case study review type information that we have. What we will never probably be able to evidence is a direct correlation in terms of numbers. We would hope, as a consequence of our interventions, that for those cases we work with, we see at least a reduction in potential repeats. That is something measurable. But in terms of long-term impact, we sadly can't necessarily influence how people in society behave, and whether or not it will actually have a long-term reduction in terms of numbers being reported, we will have to wait and see.
And some of you know, when we had the Prime Minister visit, you know, I still think, and I think this is kind of critical, and actually I still would like to see it made law, that someone is statutorily held responsible for domestic violence, because both the problem is it continues to sort of be a part of what everybody does, but no one person is. And we've taken a significant lead and put a lot of money on it here in Northamptonshire, from my perspective, but that's not matched by other people.
Nikki, I was going to say, previously in Northampton, we used to have a load of refuge for women, and I think it was, I can't remember, 15 or something like that. But it has been reduced now to what, a third of it, if not even probably less. I'm not sure about the numbers, but I remember in 1988, when I used to work for Northampton County Council, we used to have a reasonable numbers of refuge for women. And when you look at the statistic of domestic abuse and the lockdown and the impact it has on these group of people, you think to yourself, what is there to protect this group? I know, Stephen, that you have like Sunflower, who provide some kind of good service, and it's a good job that you have got that, but it doesn't provide a refuge for women who are put into this kind of danger. And I was wondering if in the future, or even now, you have got some kind of arrangement with other partners like the county council for providing something similar to cooperate with you.
Yeah, the problem is that the refuge is Nick in common, but literally from a central, it's delivered from a central government point of view, because in many respects, a lot of people in, I mean, I went to visit a refuge, and it was heartbreaking for me. Some poor lady with her daughter was there from Luton. So actually, they're commissioned on a national basis.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are a number of issues related to refuge, and it again relates to the fact that no one agency is statutorily responsible for domestic abuse. However, the responsibilities around housing people, and in particular housing vulnerable people, actually fall to the local authority. And that is on the radar of the local authorities and the new unitary authorities in terms of what appropriate provision is put in place for people who are fleeing domestic violence and for people who are homeless through vulnerability. However, what I will say is increasingly, whilst there is and always will be a need for a certain degree of refuge provision for specific types of cases, it is not necessarily the type of provision that is preferred in the current modern environment. Wherever possible, actually, we want a situation where people can be supported in normal housing accommodation rather than in specific refuges. And the difficulty we've had locally and nationally, is that what has happened previously is that people have ended up in, you shouldn't actually need a lot of refuge provision. Refuge should be a short stop that someone goes to for a very short period of time whilst they are found appropriate accommodation to move into. That is safe and different from or meets their needs. What's happened in the past is that people have gone into refuges and stayed there for months and months and months, and it's the lack of move-on accommodation that causes the problem in terms of the number of places in refuges. If we had appropriate move-on accommodation, we actually don't need that many places in a refuge, because it should just be that immediate response, and then people are moved into more appropriate accommodation.
Thank you. That explanation, that's really useful. Councillor Pritchard.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, one of the things actually just listening with regards to your update, one of the things actually is, and I classify it as the proof of the pudding. What actually, and has the clear up rate increased?
Sorry, did you say has it increased, or
Yes.
why is it increased?
Has it increased?
The clear up rate is going in certain areas, but actually one of the problems that it particularly got at the moment, and I'll take you through some of the yes, it's going up on recent crimes, but we had a deluge of historic sexual assault ones that have gone through last year. You don't class something also as a clear up, so I'd expect it to go up and come down. Why do I think it would go down? Because a clear up rate would come down to a successful prosecution. As a member of the judiciary yourself, you will be well aware, as I mentioned there is significant backlog, so it has gone up, but it will come straight back down again now, because you won't get judicial outcomes. And actually, that's one of the real challenges for policing, in some respect. Do more use of community resolutions some people will think is a soft outcome. Well, actually, it's still a better than no outcome, which is what you're likely to see as a consequence of kind of COVID and some of the challenges that they've got. So yes, it's gone up, but I'm afraid it will just as quickly come back down as a consequence of some of it. I think there is also some examples of some where, and this is a difficult one, a clear-up rate is not shouldn't be measured on a successful outcome. I think we will be looking, and you'll notice in we've tried here in Northamptonshire to provide a kind of narrative on police performance. And I'm pleased to see that will be enshrined in the new legislation coming forward, but also with some guidance. Because actually, the clear-up rate shouldn't be a clear-up rate as proxy. It should be how many successfully cases submitted to court. So actually, it shouldn't be on the vagaries of whether, as a respected JP yourself, that whether you decide to put someone for different reasons. That it's not as simple in terms of some of those kind of performance measures, if that makes sense. But in answer to your question, it's gone up, but I'm telling you now, it'll come back down as the backlog at the magistrates and the Crown Court continues to elongate.
Just one, obviously, as a update on some of the other initiatives that you put in. I was talking to a resident yesterday, and he wanted to pass on to you his appreciation with regards to, he was subjected to an attempted aggravated burglary, and he was very complimentary with regards to the amount of victim support he got, particularly with also some of the counselling, and also the way that the local police officer kept him involved. And I would like to add at the end, actually, that the criminal was actually apprehended.
I think that's it. I think at its core, what you've got to kind of what is, I genuinely can see the green shoots and firm foundations for Northamptonshire Police. It's on a journey. Nick Adel has been with us. I seem like I've worked with him forever, but it's best part of 3 years. It takes time to, it's not some kind of instant fix. As you know, at the same time, similar time around that, we kind of turn in terms of investment and recruitment. I'm looking at Richard's next police officer. You know, you can't go and buy experienced police officers off the shelf. It takes time before they come up to speed. In addition to that, we might only have 200 more police officers, but broadly we have 500 more that are new. So the percentage below a certain age is good. I mean, on one level, younger and cheaper is kind of good in the short term, but actually for your wage bill, but it isn't great in terms of your performance, knowledge and kind of experience. So I'm very confident that Northamptonshire Police needs to stay the course on the current trajectory, and it will deliver. What it doesn't need is a kind of a major shift left or right at this moment.
I think from a local resident, back to one of my statements earlier on, the proof of the pudding was there.
Thank you
very much.
Madam Chairman.
Can we go on to Mrs. Woodhouse, please?
Pauline, you're still on mute.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Would the Commissioner wish to make any comment about the impact of the Sarah Everard case in relation to policing and community safety in Northamptonshire?
Oh God, yes. How long have you got?
As long as you can.
Madam Chairman, I know. Before you, yes, I know. And I say that in kind of like, I think that there's two parts to this. One, particularly, I think we need to delineate to the Sarah Everard case. We need to be responsible with. I think we've had two post-mortems and they can't identify how this poor tragic lady has died. So I think I don't want to comment on a kind of an active investigation. However, what it has brought into focus, which I think is the basis for your questioning, is the wider issue of women in our society and genuinely their safety. And on my first day in office, I had to address and I said, kind of what matters to you. And at that time, my daughter, I think she was like,
we can't hear you.
We lost you.
Yeah.
On mute.
No, it's not mute. It's just lost the signal, I think.
Yeah, we can't hear Stephen.
That's a good.
Perhaps you'd like to answer the question, Pauline.
In our society.
Sorry, Stephen, you cut out.
I cut out the important bit. What a crap internet connection I've got today. So I'll start again. So I apologise if I'm repeating myself. So I said to her, my little daughter is 3. Your job is to make it for that little girl and every other little girl and little boy in our community to go out safely. Now, at the moment, I think I joked at the time, I said, at the moment, I don't want to let her out till she's 30. Your job is to make it so it's safe when she can go out at 16 or 18. And I suppose when I kind of put it, Northamptonshire Police has definitely got it down from 30. She's getting older too. She's at 7.5 now. We are not, it's not, we need a response across the whole of society in terms of women. I think lessons need to be learned. We've got things like kind of safer streets that we're working on. We're just about to submit 3 new bids into life, particularly around the race course and students, to make sure we genuinely make it safer. So I think there's as we've just spent some time talking about rape, sexual violence, domestic violence, more needs to be done on behalf of societal, and I think policing and also I have an important role to play in making sure that we make it so that, like I said, my little daughter can go out when she's 18 safely and us not need to kind of worry about it. So for me, it's very personal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. And I didn't ask the question because I wanted you to comment on, say, an active case. I asked it from a community safety point of view and the risk to women sort of point of view in society, and the fact that Northampton's always been a leading force area in certain things, and it's about wanting to understand how responsive we've been in terms of dealing with community safety issues and that kind of stuff.
And I think you're right. There is also lessons broader than just policing around men, physical presence. You know, I was talking to one of my PCC colleagues, and I was talking about a daughter, and she said she's kind of learned to try and walk like a man without night, so that actually I'm wearing baggy clothes to look large. What kind of society are we that they feel that that is necessary, that women can't walk safely on our streets? And that comes back to the whole thing around kind of respect and protection of women on a wider basis. So I say thank you for asking it.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Before we move on to the next item, I just want to pick up one of your decision notices. We don't know quite when these decision notices have been passed, because you don't give us a date. It would be quite handy if you did. But it's the one about the multi-force shared services, and I just wonder whether you wanted to sort of comment further on that, and what the long-term sort of implications are.
Yes, so is that decision, I'm just going,
197.
197. Yes, so this is, to be frank, you're right, it's a lesson we should probably learn, and I think we'll look at that in terms of the decision. They are all published in terms of the date. I'm sure we can probably do that. This really is the culmination of a lot of years' work. So one of the things that I got when I was here, I think the original collaboration was between, just for everyone else's benefit, MFSS was a joint collaboration between Northamptonshire and Cheshire, and I think it was something like early 2010, it might have been 2011. It was kind of the early 10s, if that makes sense. And the idea is a really good one, to actually share in the same way that local government chose to bring together kind of LGSS and kind of reduce the processing of what should be relatively simple and kind of transactional. I think at the time, the systems that they kind of used, it kind of expanded the governance of it, both the shareholder, the thing is, and in some respects, some partners wanted to continue it, some not. Myself and the Chief Constable from Northamptonshire looked at it long and hard and do not believe it's both providing us value for money on one level, but probably more importantly, was quite frankly a shoddy experience for all of our employees and suppliers. And what I mean by that is, you know, too many times silly mistakes were being made in terms of personnel. You know, people having incorrect pay, tax not being applied appropriately. And I think the nice thing is, part of the reason that we're sat in this building is we can bring those resources back to Northamptonshire. We can still do it for this. It was supposed to save money. I'm not sure it didn't save money. It cost more, and quite frankly gave a worse service. We ask our firefighters, chief and police officers to put their lives on the line. The least we can bloody well do is pay them properly and on time, and not screw up their tax. So that's the kind of bit behind it, and that kind of then relates to, so there's a lot of work. We've commissioned a system, procured a system, I should say, not commissioned a system, to enable we can both do it, deliver in terms of HR, finance, that relates to those elements. We've progressively been bringing those back, our payroll back from them over the kind of last 18 months. And this is the kind of last formal step to serve notice on them to say that we will exit that collaboration. We'll actually exit it early, because I think I can't remember the exact date. I think the actual end date is November 22, but actually we will be up and running our plan, because we shall be, as you know more than most, LGSS is winding down, so we were bringing MFSS back in-house, LGSS back in-house, and there'll be a shared function that deals with finance for both police, fire, and that's actually why the enabling services all sits together kind of very nicely then.
Thank you very much.
That will give value for money to reassure you and make sure that we look after our people properly.
Okay.
I can tell you some horror stories, but I'm not.
No, we haven't got time for those. Okay. If we can, sorry, James, do we need to just note that?
If there's no other conclusion on it that the panel as a whole wishes to draw, then yes, Chair.
Yeah, okay, thank you. We'll just note that. Okay. So we'll then pass on to fire and rescue budget update, but I think we've already covered quite a bit of that.
Okay. So, okay, Madam Chairman, as you can see, I'll do this quickly. Today's budget provides you with a high-level forecast and financial outturn from the from 1st of April 2020 to the 31st of March 2021, can't say it, along with a financial update. The report provides panel members with an update related to the financial impact of COVID on the fire and rescue. I'm also delighted to share with you today that since the report was written, another £128,000 additional funding we bid for in respect of COVID has been awarded in full and without the requirement to meet any share. Furthermore, as a result of our proactive approach advising the Home Office of future COVID costs forecast for the year, fire authorities have been given additional funding, of which our share is another £71,000. So broadly, we are nearly £200,000 better off than when this report was written. This is an additional 200 that will no longer need to meet ourselves. I'm grateful to the Home Office for their support to Northamptonshire. However, as members recall, the government will provide us with the £2 million in funding to support as we deliver our improvement drive forward. So as the report sets out, we will continue to work closely with the Home Office to try and secure a permanent increase in our base funding for Northamptonshire Fire Rescue in future years. And it's my intention to continue to update you throughout the year on improvements in this area. As ever, myself and Mrs. King will help take you, answer any questions you might or might not have.
Thank you very much. And it's good to hear that we've got some extra funding. As I say, every little helps. So
200,000 really does help.
It's quite a lot. And I think, from the discussion earlier on, it's still a worry that the base, as you just said, about getting that base increased would have been ideal. It's very good that we had that extra £1 million, but you still got that lower base. So I trust you will be working on that in the future. So,
should I be returned? It will remain a key priority.
we'll just
keep be someone else's problem.
Watch and breathe. Councillor Pritchard.
Thank you, Chairman. With regards to the COVID funding, if all of that budget has not been utilised, do you have to give it back to the Home Office? Because I know in some of the other COVID funding that has been given to the local authorities, if they don't utilise it, it has to go back.
I'm going to say no, and I'm hoping Mrs. King is still there to back me up with that, because I don't see her on the screen right now.
I can't see Paul or Helen there.
King, are you there? Can you see? Because she's not on, and I'll ask her a question. We're having some technical difficulty. I'm shouting. I'll be kicking you out, Nicky, and asking Helen to come in here in a minute.
So it's Helen coming in then. Stephen?
I am hoping. I'm just.
Okay.
Hopefully she'll join us in a minute.
Okay. Shall we come back to your question?
She's coming, I think.
We've dropped out and we can't get back in.
Okay, I've dropped out. We're having to come and stand. Come and sit at the back. We're sufficiently far away. Shout. Okay. I was asked I was asked, do we need to pay back any of the COVID funding that we've been given if we don't spend it?
No,
that's what I.
No, we don't. It's in the organisation's coffers, and that's where it stays.
And we ain't giving it back.
No.
So you could utilise
it
for the purpose.
In the simple terms, we'll spend it rather than something else, Ken. You know how it works.
Yeah. And we've got lots of things to spend it on, Councillor Pritchard. There are lots of things to support the agile way of working. There are lots of things on the staffing, on the mutual aid support. So even with next year's costs, the extra funding that we've been given is not, there's still a little bit that the organisation is going to have to meet itself. I'd rather it was none, but there is still a bit the organisation is going to have to meet. And obviously, if a third wave comes, if arrangements change again, then we would need to keep that under review. But we monitor it very closely and very tightly, and we send monitoring information through every month. And we also forecast through to March 22, based on certain assumptions, and the assumptions may be right or they may change, but it's important that we feel that we forecast through, so we make the Home Office aware of those challenges. So we've been really vocal about saying how overspent the grant would be, about saying what the future costs are. So we've been really vocal to help push that funding being given to fire authorities, and I'm pleased to say they have. That's a longer answer than you needed, sorry.
Thank you, Helen.
Thank you. I don't have any other hands up now. Andre, you did have your hand up before.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. A question to Mrs. King, if I may, in terms of finances and the elements of cross-working with EMAS, which has been an excellent project, obviously, and clearly our fire service who have been driving ambulances and obviously helping with patients, etc., in many different ways, as they've always worked together. I mean, maybe the Commissioner can tell us as well, what plans are there to ensure that that EMAS is either being proactive in terms of contributing to the budgets of fire and rescue, or what invoices are we sending to EMAS to ensure that we recover the costs obviously incurred? Because quite clearly these are together services working in collaboration, but we do need to have insurance effectively with that the finances are coming across.
Absolutely, I can cover that one. We have actually invoiced EMAS for the costs, for those costs, and they have met them. There are a few extra costs that the organisation has incurred, so it's supporting people to cover for those driving the ambulances and some of those bits, which is what we've got the COVID grant funding for. But we have invoiced EMAS. I can drop the panel a line after this meeting if you would like me to, Chair, telling members how much we have invoiced EMAS, because I do have those details.
Yes, that's good, because I think last time we'd asked the question, we were told it was just going to come out of the COVID grant. So, you know, that didn't seem terribly fair.
Yeah, no, we have. So we've had COVID grant and we have invoiced EMAS as well, which is good.
Okay, thank you very much.
Madam Chairman, and thank you for that clarification, which is really helpful. Clearly, we all know COVID has not completed its journey through our society, and it will take a long while before it does. And this could be into years, effectively, as we know, in terms of many circles. And obviously, hopefully, the effects are depreciating throughout. But whilst we have these continuous pressures, and I'm really pleased to see that it hasn't taken its toll on our workforce of either police or fire, which has been very helpful indeed. Can you give us assurances that the staff are being continued to be supported throughout with perhaps proactive testing kits being carried out at home out of interest? Or how is that continuing?
I don't have that info, Stephen, do you? We'll drop you a line after
We'll drop you a line.
The meeting, if that's okay. I do know that some of the COVID grant that we have spent has been on welfare elements for people with provided flu jabs in the autumn before the doctors did, to try and help mitigate other sickness, and I know the service have been doing a lot of work on welfare, but I will drop that line on the same note, if I do, Chair, as about emails.
And a lot of care has been taken at staff in terms of, I myself went to see them to Mere Way, where they're actually demonstrating kind of lateral flow testing to make sure in terms of shifts coming on to kind of minimise kind of risk, because actually a number of people on a pump, you can't socially distance in that kind of thing. We don't want them all sat in BA equipment all day, do we? So actually there's work being done to make sure they're kind of kept safe, if you like, but we'll supplement that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So are we just noting the report, James?
Well, with the addition of those two sets of off-agenda information shares, so
yes,
if I have it correctly, a breakdown of the sum for which the Fire and Rescue Authority is invoiced EMAS, and an overview of the welfare support provided to fire and rescue staff.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Chair, may I add one extra little bit? I'm so sorry. Because we dropped off. May I add one extra part? What didn't come through from the report, because we've only found out later. So out of the extra COVID funding that Northamptonshire received, they received the full amount of what they bid for. Under the rules, each fire authority was supposed to bear a proportion itself before they made a grant. For Northamptonshire, we should have borne the cost of 50,000 before we claimed. That was waived for Northamptonshire. It wasn't waived for everybody. So I just think it's really important for the panel to know that we are pushing everything we absolutely can to have Northamptonshire thought of at every opportunity.
Thank you very much.
We're making ourselves annoying, aren't we, Mrs. Skew?
Very reassuring. Okay. Yes, so we're noting the report. Thank you very much. Okay. James, we don't need a formal vote on that, do we? Okay, so if we can move on to the policing budget update report.
Okay. Madam Chairman, today's police budget update report sets out at a high level the forecast financial outturn for the period 1st of April 2020 to the 31st of March 2021, together with a financial update and an update on the financial impact of COVID on policing and the work that's been undertaken to mitigate its impact on our financial position. As I mentioned earlier, I've been committed to investing and increasing the number of frontline officers, and today's report sets out not only will we be in a position to have increased the police officer establishment in the county to 1,367 by the 31st of March, funding has been allocated at a sufficient level to meet the uplift offer costs in 21-22, and I am committed to ensuring officers can be maintained at the 1,500 level for as long as possible. The policing report reflects the significant improvement both policing and our office have made in financial planning and monitoring over the last few years. Reserves are more robust, budgets are more tightly controlled, variances are much less volatile than we saw in the early years under PCC governance. This gives the Chief Constable and myself the ability to make informed decisions and support additional investment and priorities where I can. In addition to that, I've now received a commitment from the Policing Minister that there will guaranteed be a funding formula review for policing in this Parliament. So we finally have, and it's been confirmed at the dispatch box, that we will have a funding formula review. We will be working very hard to make our case as part of that. We worked very hard for that and are very pleased that the government has given ground and done on that. So finally, may I, Madam Chairman, as I believe this is the last item on the agenda before the local government undergoes a massive change in Northamptonshire, I will stand for re-election in May. I note the next item concerns the handover to Northamptonshire Police Fire and Crime Panel appointed for 21-22. But I would like to formally put on record my thanks to you as a panel for your help and support, as we all want to see our police force and fire and rescue service receive a fairer funding settlement that will help to cement all the improvements we have worked so hard to deliver. You have shown that a police, fire and crime panel can undertake their role, holding me to account in a constructive and positive way, not something that others have achieved across the country, that can ultimately benefit the communities that we are all elected to represent. It is my hope that this will continue. I'd also like to thank James for all his hard work as the clerk. It's at times, I think, a thankless task that he diligently beavers away at, and for ensuring it's operated so smoothly and efficiently, even during lockdown. We've all had to get used to new ways of working. Such good work often goes without much comment, but I thought this was an appropriate time to express my thanks for ensuring that these meetings add value to the work we all undertake to deliver a safer Northamptonshire. Thank you, folks, and Madam Chairman, happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. And as I mentioned earlier on about thanks to the panel, and yes, my thanks also go to James for his really hard-working support. It has been really well done us proud.
Yes.
I don't have any hands up. There was one question that I had. It was sort of to do with the finance, really, although it wasn't mentioned in this section. It was mentioned in the early section about sale of buildings. You commented at an accountability board that you felt that that this should have happened a bit quicker. I don't know whether you.
So I think this was part of our pressure. We have had some offers for our buildings that haven't materialised. There has been some ones. Don't get me wrong, we have disposed of some buildings, and I suppose in some respects, one can lay some of the more recent ones at COVID. But even before that, the team could have been faster at disposing of some of those, which is also why with some of the announcements we made, despite it might not being the most electorally friendly thing for me to do, it's the right thing to do for Northamptonshire Police and Northamptonshire Fire Rescue, is to signify that some of these properties might come on the market. It looks to be the interesting decision, because I believe we've had some inquiries already from some ones that we wouldn't have expected. So it's doing the trick, if that makes sense, because it's not just about the receipts. We'll very happily take the receipts. It's actually one of the most important part is the reduction in running costs in terms of rates and things like that kind of comes with it, really.
It was the
so yes, we're not happy at the speed. We want more pressure, and that was what it was about.
It was the logic behind the taking over the fire, wasn't it? That you would have extra buildings that you had no need for, and that could easily be disposed of without and give a much better service.
I agree with you, Madam Chairman. I think the only bit is when you say easily disposed of. This environment, I'm not sure disposing of anything is easy right now, but anyway, no. Even buying buildings is actually quite hard at the moment, isn't it? So.
Okay. Councillor Pritchard.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the activities in Bristol a few days ago, what sort of financial provisions are in the budget for covering this extra expenditure that possibly, and for goodness sake, let's hope it doesn't happen, but what sort of contingencies, would it come out of reserves or contingencies, and how would it be funded?
Yeah, we have I'm going to let Mrs. Keane tell you the exact amount, because I have a broad idea, but I'll get the number wrong. There is an operational contingency for exactly moments like that, that if you've a significant, because you're dead right. So in Bristol, someone like Devon and Cornwall sent up several PSUs, and obviously they come under kind of mutual aid and kind of need to be paid. I think actually we're expecting something in, I won't say that, actually not in our county, but not too far away this kind of weekend. Mrs. King, do you have the...
I don't have the exact...
Oh, do you? I thought it was about £5 million.
We have in total contingencies approximately £5 million. Yes. So the Chief Constable within his budget has set a range of contingencies be they overtime contingencies, be they pay and inflation and other contingencies, all add up to approximately £5 million within his budget. We also have reserves for those unforeseen events, and there is also a special grant application where the Commissioner would have to fund the first 1%, but you can apply to the Home Office for that to be funded. That's what that is for as well. So there are 3 separate routes, but we do sensibly provide set aside contingencies, reserves, and provisions for such eventualities.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chair, can I just add to that? I think, Ken, the encouraging thing is that policing in its approach will always police first and find out how to pay for it later. Right. That's always been where assets are required, you know, whether that be a firearms incident, a murder inquiry, a major public order, the cops and staff will respond. And then there are processes, as the Commissioner and the Financial Officer said, of recovering that. But I think that's the reassuring thing for us. Maybe as politicians we'd worry about it afterwards, but at least the streets would get policed.
Unlike the judiciary.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. If there are no other points, then we just need to note that report. I've got a couple of other items. It shouldn't take too long, but we do still need to get through them. And the first is a handover to the Police, Fire and Crime Panel. James, if you want to start this one off.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, so as has been highlighted during this meeting, it's the last meeting of the current civic year, the last meeting before local authority elections and the Police, Fire and Crime Commissioner election. So in that context, the panel had previously identified that it would be useful to spend time at this meeting to consider its recent experience of carrying out the Police, Fire and Crime Panel role and any learning or similar points that it wishes to hand on to its successor, the panel appointed to serve from the start of 21-22. Clearly there'll be some continuity. The 3 independent co-opted members will definitely be carrying on, and there's scope for current councillor members to be reappointed, but the potential for change as well. And whereas, so on the one hand, it's worth saying that the new panel won't be obligated to do anything its predecessor says. It should make its own decisions. On the other hand, it's also worth saying that it's usually a good rule of thumb that decisions about ways of working and topics to be considered, it's usually good for them to be informed by what's gone before. So the report is really intended to provide a starting point, something of a framework for that discussion by the panel today. So section 3 and the appendix really intended to summarise the work done by the panel over the past year. Section 4 is a very brief nod to what the latest LGA guidance identifies as good practice in relation to panel operation. And then section 5 sets out some potential areas in terms of experience and learning points that may arise from that the panel may want to consider. Some perennials, for example, prioritising the work programme and balancing different elements, and some very specific ones. Of course, this panel has had, over the past year, has had experience that none of its predecessors have had, unfortunately, namely having dealt with all of its business remotely. And whilst that situation is subject to change, hopefully subject to change, there might be conclusions that the panel can draw from that about, effective meetings in general, but also particularly if there was a continued scope to have the choice of using remote working whether it took any views on that. And so to say again, those areas set out in section 5 of the report are intended to provide some of the things that the panel might consider as a starting point, not intended to say those are the only things that the panel could consider. So really that's the intention, Chair, to have a discussion at the final meeting of this panel about any points it may want to hand over to its successor. Happy to take any questions, but otherwise it's over to members.
So I think this panel got ahead of the game with this, and had our working party that considered future operation as well as better ways of working. And I think picked up a couple of those and have run with them. So that's good. In terms of the future, we had recommended that the makeup of the 10 members should be 5 from each authority. Took quite a bit of persuasion, and last minute, just before the meeting of the North, when they were agreeing the constitution, to get somebody to actually come down and make that decision, but they did. And I think also that the West is going to actually host the service. We didn't have any strong feelings one way or the other. So that's a sort of backdrop to it. And I think the way we've worked personally, I think has been very good. Even managed to manage these remote meetings quite successfully. So I have Councillor Pritchard first.
Chairman, my hand was still up from the last question.
Oh, okay.
Sorry
All right.
about
No, that's right. Councillor Auger.
Yeah, I just think with regard, it's been quite a frustration for me personally. I've always wanted to chair this committee, and because of political issues, I haven't been able to do so. And I don't think that's particularly very healthy, especially if we want one of our independents to chair it. So, I'm going to make a suggestion that we include in that the chair be alternated between West and North year on, unless particularly the committee wanted to keep someone on for a second period, and also to encourage opportunities for the independents to chair if they so wish. Because at the moment, with the way it's structured, it is political support you look for to become chair, and I don't think that's particularly fair or appropriate, especially when we should all be given an opportunity to serve if we want to. So that's the only issue I think has been a bit of an issue for me over the time I've served on here. I think that the panel has done great work, and we've got some great independents, and we've got some great public servants that have done a lot of work in holding the Commissioner to account, but also trying our best to improve policing services for the people of Northampton. I don't know what the group think, but certainly I think as a start we could alternate a West-North, West-North, and certainly if I get elected and selected to serve again here, I'll be strongly recommended that we give an opportunity for independents to sit as chair as well, because I can't see a way around that if we carry on with the status quo. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Mahaffey.
Just building on James's comments in 5.2 and 5.3, I think there's more work we could be done and we could do in deciding amongst ourselves and concluding amongst ourselves what it is that we need to fulfill our responsibilities, and then communicating that to Stephen. I don't know if Stephen, if my assumptions are the reality here, Stephen might be able to clarify, but I do often get the feeling that he's having to guess what we'll need, and then perhaps when he's actually providing it, not entirely clear at the end of the meeting whether he's got that guess right or not. So I think putting that extra work in, actually define it, and it's not as easy as perhaps to make it sound as, and sometimes you don't really know what you need until you see it. but I think there's more work we could and should do there. Stephen, what's your thoughts on that?
You'll be pleased to know, funny enough, it's a conversation I raised with the Home Office today, which kind of goes to the one in terms of around training, because there is this piece as a continual rub, and quite rightly, you know, authorities, panels want to know what the, if you like, police authority and fire authority kind of operations, they're kind of their proxies for, but actually a clearly defined work program. We actually do a lot better than kind of what I find some of my other organisations. I don't come here and think someone's got some kind of hidden agenda, which I know, you know, I've seen on some of my fellow colleagues. I've got people who have, you know, been candidates in the election, and because they didn't win, they just want to become the chair, and they use it to kind of beat up the person with a view to kind of the next one. So the constructively, I've never felt like it's been abused, and I've had a good relationship with all members of all party in that. But the greater clarity, there are some areas I think you should ask me questions on. So sometimes we take the liberty of providing you the answer to the question I think you should have asked us, if you know what I mean, in terms of those bits. But you know, credit to James and Stuart to try and make sure that they help to kind of bring you. I actually think, and I'm not just saying it because it's last one. You probably should give yourself a bit more credit that you do a lot better than some of the others. So I think when they're kind of coming around and look at them, they'll probably come and look at you. But I think great. The key bit that will come as a consequence of the review and the Home Office will provide, but to you and us, is the update on the policing protocol. So any kind of new members, I encourage them to make sure that they've got the policing protocol and read it, so it's really clear about what, you know, your responsibilities, my responsibilities, and chief constables are, and that kind of demarcation. And that ever more so comes in some of the areas about complaints and some of those kind of bits. So the answer is yes, but also be kind to yourself, because you're not as bad as you think, Robert.
And
that
just,
makes sense.
Chair, if I may just
carry.
Let me follow on the performance information in particular. I think on our remit, with our key focus being strategic and operational, I think the key thing for me would be having that longer view of movements and figures rather than more detail on shorter term movements, because that's a key thing. That's the key thing. That's the key thing for me. Figures will go up and down, and although I think it's very interesting to know the detail, we've got to think in terms of our job is mainly focused on the strategy, and is the strategy working, and whether the strategy is working or not is you tell from the long term trends, not from the short term volatility.
And also, if I might add that if the sort of the demonstration or the presentation of that is sort of pictorial, with charts and pictures, it comes over clearer
Absolutely.
in text. Councillor Gonzalez de Savage.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to start by thanking you, Madam Chairman, for chairing an excellent panel that we've worked really well, I think, right across the board, and the Commissioner, who's done an excellent job in terms of his team and presenting what's been a difficult agenda. And it has to be said, it is a difficult agenda, because quite clearly we're involving a multitude of areas that are very sensitive to people's hearts and our communities too. And there's always going to be friction where it becomes enforcement services that we clearly need to hold the Commissioner to account, and he does his job in terms of holding the Chief Constable to account, and obviously the areas around it. James, I'd like to just say that really the work you've put in, sir, has kept this panel secure and certainly on track, and well done, because you must have a jolly big headache out of everything that comes through here, and that's not to be underestimated. I know how diligent you are, and how you have to be pedantic in fact in terms of detail, because if you're not, things wouldn't necessarily be delivered. But I do think that the entire team that has come to the Commissioner's office, and I think Helen's had a massive job there balancing the money, but certainly has presented to us the facts, the figures, the data that we need, and the involvement that I think we can be effective. Now, some of us are councillors with experience in other areas, some of us are members of the public, and therefore express our views absolutely through the eyes of the communities that we represent. It is so important that this continues, and I think the work programme going forward needs to reflect that on a continuous basis. The prescriptive elements, clearly, of society and public pound accountability are very important, and robustness there is essential. I think that the elements of, and we discussed this at various different meetings, but the elements of presentation could be helpful to the next committee, the next panel, with straightforward elements that would perhaps precede every report. And I would just draw attention to page 23 of today's report, where we have the very good pictorial elements of the fire service and the number of call outs and the number of areas there that have been clearly utilising the services. The same applies to police as well. And I would really value, I think, that every report carried a single page just like that to ensure that there was clear and concise understanding, and I'm sure that the information behind it then will be forthcoming at meetings and we can obviously scrutinise in more detail. But Madam Chairman, I think it's been a difficult agenda, and I think it's been certainly important. You can see absolutely the passions of all of us in terms of wanting to debate and understand different facets of both service areas. But in the transfer of governance, I think that the Commissioner has done a very good job in bringing that together. I think that the difficult task actually will be going forward, because quite clearly both those services, and not just because the demands have come through on people's doormats in terms of how much financial support is needed, but also in terms of the way the community is going. This has been a very, very difficult last 18 months. And I think that the elements of society being affected by a whole host of things, not just the pandemic, but a whole host of community pressures, will bring upon both services some very difficult and some very painful elements that need to be managed incredibly sensitively. And I'd like to thank all the teams that have been putting forward all the paperwork to us. I've read every single little detail, and I have to say that without doubt, I value the incorporation of additional matters that we've obviously discussed today, but the continuity of the public in representation in terms of independent members, I think that's very important. And I would actually go as far as saying actually we should increase the number of independent members to this panel. I'd like very much the fact they also overlap the governance representatives, because I think there's some continuity to the panel, which is really important. And ongoing training is very, very important to ensure that those elements therefore are reinforced given good structure. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Sorry, we've got people coming back into the meeting. Distractions. Mrs. Shields. Oh, Stephen's got his hand up.
Yes.
Sorry, I was a quick one. James, are you still staying with us in the West and looking after whoever of us do or don't come back?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, I'm pleased to hear that. That was my question. Sorry, Jill.
Yeah, I think that was one of the criteria for why it got chosen. Okay, yes. Mr. Shields.
Yes, Stephen, first of all, I would like to say thank you very much for your cooperation with the panel, the way that you interact positively with me. I remember being in your office with Richard and asking you pertinent questions about the numbers of police and so forth. You've always been very helpful, and for that I must say thank you. Also your team, and certainly Helen King, for bringing about a huge improvement on the finance has been very welcome. One of the things I would like is better clarity. Let me explain what I mean. On your key performance indicator, some few years ago, you did provide once like a grid where you were showing Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 with your key performance indicator, and against that you were showing your peers, your nearest neighbor, and national average, with some quantitative explanation against each of these key performance indicator. The reason I'm saying this is because when you go into your key performance update, there is so many pages with so many explanations against those percentage or statistic, etc. And my philosophy as far as presenting information such as these is a picture say more than 1,000 words. And I concur with Andre Gonzalez on some kind of illustration he showed you, but mine is presented more as a finance person, like Helen King would present her financial budget on that kind of footing. Because when you want to compare things, you go into this summary sheet, and you would have, like, for instance, a green line or amber or red that will flag where the area of improvement is required. And for the panel, and for you, and for your team, I think it would be very beneficial. But that is only my opinion, which obviously I would like to have your comments about it, because I know you did provide at one time this kind of format, and then it kind of changed.
That was two parts. Thank you very much for your kind comments. Look, it's kind of it's a journey, and to be fair, in PCC review there is a bit around kind of the publication in terms of narrative. So I've always tried to make sure we kind of share it. There is a challenge with sharing with you what I used to do my job, that you, because essentially, you know, you hold me to account on how I hold the force to account. And so in some respects, you're quite right. You need some of those to understand the proxy. Are they kind of going in the right direction? You're pleased to know, as part of the PCC review, there will be some work done, learned from the lessons, because the problem is where I shared some stuff with you, where the force was on a good trajectory, but a statistic might show off in a particular month or quarter, it undermined the confidence in some of the work that the force is actually doing. So there is a bit, how do I make sure that it's a kind of a healthy blend? And that's why we move to the assurance statements that we write on the back of kind of the accountability, which essentially is how we are holding the force to account. I think we can continue to provide those insights, but probably not in a publicly disclosable way, where I think you'll get annual briefings for the performance from each of the respective chiefs. But we will also be looking at it as part of the conversation we're all going to have with the Home Office around, you know, I will be publishing force performance numbers in a particular and I think we'll be coming up with a format that works for everybody.
Thank you, Stephen. I must say, I do like as well your insurance comment. That is very helpful, because I can see the angle in which you try to achieve for obtaining accountability from the Chief Constable. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Pritchard.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased to hear the comment that you made, Commissioner, with regards to the good relationship you have with the panel. I think this is the sort of thing that should be perpetuated for the future, because I'm a great believer that if you actually have that sort of relationship, you actually achieve a heck of a lot more. With regards to Richard's comments with regards to the chair of the panel and everything, one of the things actually that I've been used to working with SNC in you know, with regards to their councillors, and one of the good things actually is that we've never really had any political should we say, disagreements in particularly in some of the various committees that we have. And one of the good things is that I think that's the sort of thing that should be perpetuated. And with regards to the change of chair, whether it in fact comes from one political party or should we say an independent, I think that the whole basis actually is actually working together as a committee. With regards, I did mention something, some of the other meetings, previous meetings, is that, and this is no disrespect to yourself, Stephen, is that it would be rather nice to have the Chief Constable and also the Chief Fire Officer on an annual meeting so that we actually could just, you know, get a feel of the person concerned and also, you know, any of the really, should we say, pointed problems that they may have individually.
Stephen, do you want to come back on that?
That's nice and easy. We already made a commitment that Chief Constable, Chief Fire Officer will attend the police fire and crime panels annually.
Yeah, oh, thank you, Stephen.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I've got no other hands up. James?
Through you, that Chair, just on that last point, Councillor Pritchard, were you talking about an annual opportunity for the panel to meet with the two chiefs, or specifically for them to meet with the two chiefs at a formal public meeting?
I think just for the panel to meet the two chiefs.
Okay, yeah, because as the Commissioner has said, he's already made the commitment to an annual working group workshop type session with each of the chiefs. So that would cover that.
I knew that the Commissioner had already said that he would ensure that. So, James, do we need to? I mean,
let's be clear. That's my decision for me. Should I be returned? That
absolutely.
Might not be the decision in the same way of the person that replaces me.
Well, as we've already said, this
I don't want to be too presumptuous.
We can't preempt what a new panel will do. So, James, do we need to do any more? I think we've had quite a few points made.
Yeah, Chair, I mean, clearly there are a number of individual opinions, comments and views expressed. I don't know whether it's possible to crystallise any of that into points that the panel as a whole would all support. That doesn't need to be done. It could simply be handed over virtually as what will appear in the minutes, a list of individual comments. But if I could pick some that might perhaps have a consensus behind them. So there was the point about performance information being presented to showing change over a longer term period rather than necessarily detail in the shorter term. And there seemed to be a groundswell of opinion towards performance information being presented simply and clearly in graphical formats rather than using text. I'll put that back.
I think also, yes, that and sort of rag rated
yes,
to make it sort of clear.
Yeah. And
just as like, yeah, but make it clear it's more towards that. There'll always be the need for a bit of narrative. It's not one or the other, but yeah, absolutely. I think consensus view is more towards that.
Okay. And then, no.
But I think we quite understand that sometimes that information might have to come to the panel if it's not appropriate to share it with the general public.
Yeah, and that's worth saying. I mean, what the panel's work can be thought of only in terms of these formal panel meetings, and they're the main part of its work, the most prominent part of its work, but not the whole of it. And one of the things that any panel can consider at any time is how it uses the different working methods available to it as in combination to get the best outcomes. I don't know whether there was anything whether there's anything that the panel as a whole wants to say off the back of Councillor Auger's points about chairing is there. I mean, on that note, I'd kind of caution you against the producing unintended consequences. So if the panel was to say, for example, that, and again, that would be the future panel, not this panel. If the future panel was to say, well, we think that the chair should always be rotated between, say, every 1 year there would be a councillor from the west, 1 year there would be a councillor from the north, and 1 year from 1 year there would be an independent co-opted member, then it would be perfectly within its power to do that. What it would be then precluding itself from doing, though, would be from having, if you got a member from any of those groups who had done a thoroughly good job at it, they would be limited to doing it for a year before you had to replace them. So what you would be gaining, what you might be gaining in the one hand through sharing the chair around more, you might be losing in terms of the flexibility to keep a chair in post if it was felt they were doing a good job and the panel wanted them to continue. As things stand, the only preclusion on who can be chair of the panel is you can't have a deputy chair who comes from the same council as the councillor from who appoints the chair. So be aware of all of the possible implications of what you might say on that. I don't know whether it might be an acceptable compromise at this stage for the panel to say, well, the future panel might want to give some more consideration to how the roles are allocated to ensure that they're open to all. Maybe something as general as that, rather than going more.
James, just to clarify, I did actually say that it would be, if the panel wanted to have somebody to serve for 2 years, that would be up to them. My more broader issue is allowing a opportunity for independents to get into the chair, because at the moment it's unlikely because of the way we are using politics to choose the chair leader. So that I think that's my overriding one. I would, if they wanted to serve and they had support to give them, but I think it's a discussion we'll have with the, if we're here with the new with the new panel. But so I wasn't suggesting that we hog tie ourselves to anything.
Okay.
In fact, what I was suggesting is farther that we spread it around. If somebody particularly wants to serve for 2 years and the panel wants that, then I've got no problem with that. It's about ensuring that people are given opportunities to serve, especially our independents.
Well, if I can just say, having met a lot of the chairs from others, there are a lot that have got independents as chairs. So it is quite common. So I don't see there's any preclusion from that at all.
Yeah, and this panel has had an independent deputy chair in the past. One of the original intake of independents served before 2016, and but yeah, you quite see the point that Councillor Auger is making. You certainly would never want to have a situation where it was felt that there were different classes of panel members. The intention is that the panel members from the councillor panel members and the independent panel members are on exactly the same footing in every respect, including the ability to stand and be appointed to chair the panel. I think that the fact it hasn't happened recently is probably, I would like to think, is circumstantial rather than because there's a preclusion on it happening.
I would like to concur with what you say, James. Right from the beginning, in fact, it's embedded into the document that if independent wanted to be a chair, they could do so by sending the invitation. What is not so much highlighted, Richard, is that with any additional responsibility, you have an additional workload. And that is something that every one of us have got to consider. because if you are a chair or even a deputy chair, you have got additional responsibility that the person may not want to have it for personal reason. But this is to be discussed. And yes, I agree with you. It would be nice to share a chair from North and West. But again, it's to do with the ability of the person to be the chair. There's a big difference between wanting to be a chair and then once you're in that post, you don't feel that your message is going across properly or articulate the message properly. So I think you have got to consider everything that James has said, and certainly from my point of view, there has never been any political agenda. I saw this panel working and functioning as it should be, and that's how I would like the panel to carry on.
Okay, Stephen had his hand up, but I don't think he necessarily was about this item. I don't know if Councillor Gonzalez de Savage wanted to talk about this particular.
Can I say something else?
Who's that?
Can I say something, Chair?
Yes, just a minute. But I think Andre had his hand up first.
Oh, sorry.
I'll give it to Pauline. No problem.
Oh, okay, Pauline. Andre said, over to you first.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. I just wanted to say, having listened to everything, I think it is a good idea in terms of the shared chairship of this panel. But at the same time, we have to be careful that we're not losing some kind of continuation in terms of the work that we're doing. Okay, so we need to be mindful of that as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Oh, Andre, did you want to?
I do. I think that we've had a very balanced conversation about it, which is very good to hear. It just shows that as a full panel, we all participate in all the debates, which is really important because quite clearly these matters they need more than one opinion. Let's put it that way. The other thing I'd like to just check, Madam Chairman, is that there should be a recommendation for remuneration for independent members. And I haven't seen that. I know that we did discuss this a while back. James, can you just confirm what the position is on that? Because I do feel that independent members should be remunerated, whereas obviously local government members are clearly part of a different structure, and therefore there is remuneration in terms of councillors' allowances, but there isn't there for the independent panel. What's the position on that, please, sir?
Well, I know it's not exactly what you're talking about, but independent members, just like councillor members, are able to claim expenses for participating in the work of the panel. There is clearly a distinction between councillors who receive an allowance for being a councillor and independent members. It might be argued that councillors receive an allowance for being a councillor, so that they happen to serve on the police and crime panel. They're not getting an allowance for being on the police, fire and crime panel, but that's probably a local government officer's answer rather than addressing the practicality of the situation. I think fundamentally you would be talking about an approach that the panel decided it wanted to take, and also that the partner authorities decided that they wanted to take, because the panel resources available to support the panel are those that come from the Home Office grant. So that the decision on how they were used would be a combination of the panel or the partner authorities, or the panel making a recommendation to the partner authorities. I think again that's something that we have this idea of something of a reset caused by the changes in local government that's happening in the immediate future. If the new panel wanted to give further consideration to that, if the new panel wanted to take a view on that, then it would be open to it to do so. I think what that would also need to link in with is any decisions that the shadow authorities and the new West and North Council take that may have a bearing on that. So if they take a view, for example, on allowances for co-opted members, then subject to confirmation that if that applied to all of their committees and that included the police and crime panel, then that might change the situation too.
I can just say on the North, on the Constitution, we had a provision for the Independent Remuneration Panel did suggest a remuneration for independent members. That was intended for the independent members who sit on the Standards Board. I think there may have been other committees as well, but that same process could be extended to the Police and Crime Panel, and it will be up to the new panel to investigate that and possibly recommend that if they felt that was reasonable. But it would obviously be down to the.
Jill, I was thinking the same, and I find, look, if things work out well next year and most of us are back together, I'm quite happy to take it to the Cabinet of the West to ask it to go to the remuneration panel to get a paper done with regard to either including it in any current allowances that are being provided or as a special one. I think it's right. I think we just need simply to get it through Cabinet to the leader, get it to the remuneration panel, and then but both the North and the West would have to do it, presumably agree it both before it's paid. Sorry, James.
No, sorry, don't need to apologise to me. To try and tie this together, Chairman, there needs to be some work done to reflect the change associated with local government reorganisation to the way the panel operates. Could I take it as an outcome from this meeting that the current panel is asking the new panel to give consideration, firstly, to chairmanship and how and the importance of all members having the opportunity to stand for that, and secondly, give consideration to the question of remuneration for independent co-opted members.
Yes, thank you, James.
Yes,
sorry, Madam Chairman, I'd just like to complete my point. I'd like to make that proposal that we were there for, because we are not the panel going forward. It might contain some must, it might not. But I think it's important that we make that proposal today, and I'd like to make that proposal to ensure that it reflects from the start of the new panel. So therefore, we're not deciding, if you like, over, our roles in any way whatsoever, but we are deciding, we're making a recommendation for those roles going forward, because the meetings are not short ones. The work involved is not a light amount to actually be totally up to date with what's happening and digest and also take part in other non-meeting work areas. So I think it is important with the amount of time that is contributed. There are committees that are much lighter for members of the public in other areas, and there are members who also serve on different structures. But I do think it is only fair that we make the recommendation. I'd like to make that today. And I don't know how you feel about that, Madam Chairman, but I think it is important to reflect the amount of time that everyone contributes to the panel, and the success of the amount of work that we've put together and the amount of deliberation that we've given each and every item, I think,
I'm happy to, yes, I think that's a reasonable recommendation. In fact, I'm happy to second that. Councillor Pritchard.
Yeah, so I'm in total disagreement with the situation with regards to remuneration for independent members. I think perhaps it would lose some of its credibility, particularly when you look at the public scenario. When you look at JPs and when you think the amount of time that they actually dedicate to courts, they only get paid expenses. and, you know, mileage allowance and lunch allowance, that sort of scenario. So I think it's totally inappropriate to recommend that at this particular stage that we should actually get remuneration for independent panel members.
I think we were just suggesting that the new panel might like to look at it. It will be up to the new panel, and we cannot decide that anyway.
Ken, I'm sure we'll have a good debate if we all get through this the fog of election, and we can debate that one and see who wins the majority on that.
Just to be really clear, on this, I shouldn't be going out and buying a new car anytime.
I don't think Stephen had his hand up a long while ago. I don't know if he come in on this discussion, so I left him to the end because it might have been on a different topic, or he's left his hand up from before, perhaps.
Perhaps
I left it up from before.
Okay, yeah, that's okay.
So, Chair, is the panel saying that it recommends that consideration is given to whether there should be remuneration?
I think perhaps actually
we just vote on it, like an old democratic way of just voting on it.
I think personally, remuneration of panels is quite a big topic, and in some panels across the country pay their chairs and vice chairs, and I think on one occasion I sort of somebody did a investigation, and there was huge discrepancy between it. In fact, the North has actually recommended a remuneration for the chair of the panel, but then obviously that's just up to the North. It's quite a complex topic, and probably something that we would just recommend that a future panel discuss remuneration in general, because it can be remuneration taking an amount out of the Home Office pot up to the limit that they give you, which is £920, or it could be recommending to the host authorities that allowances are given. There's quite a broad gamut of things, so I think it's perhaps just a topic for another day.
Perhaps Stephen could actually find some places in his budget for it.
I'm not sure that would quite support the separation of the two functions, Councillor.
Yes, conflict of interest there.
Bill, sorry, Chair, can I just confirm something? That clearly, if we make a recommendation that the future panel looks at it, that we make a decision over its own members. May I make a recommendation that an independent panel looks at it, as opposed to
yes, if we recommend that they look at it, they would have to get an independent panel in to actually adjudicate.
Yeah, I think it needs to be the independent panel that then, and it can build on the work that's already been carried out in the North. In fact, it may be that the North, Northamptonshire already has the paperwork that is required for this, and the study's being carried out. I'm sure James can have a little look at that possibly.
Yeah, and you're quite correct, members, that the panel is not the only player in that game. It would be, even if the panel took the view on it, there would need to be other organisations involved in deciding the principle and in deciding the details. So, and as has been said, recommending that consideration be given to it. At the risk of sounding like a local government officer, it's not taking a position on the case. It's saying that there is a case with arguments either way that could be considered. It just needs to be considered, and the final view on it is for the future.
Okay. So are we? Are you clear, James, on what the thought is that the future panel just takes a consideration of it, and then if necessary and they decide that they think it's a reasonable thing, that they would invite an independent panel to have a look at the situation.
For remuneration for independent co-opted members, or specifically, or remuneration for panel members generally?
Across the board, I would have thought they can consider it and say only independents get remuneration.
Sure. Okay. Understood.
Right. So are we okay to go on to the next item? It's just the dates of the next meeting, and since none of us know if we're going to be here, or not many, there's probably nothing much we can say about that. It's there. Are you okay with that? There's just one last item which I asked James to put on. It's basically.
Sorry, Chairman. So was there anything to say on the proposed meeting dates, and if not, could I have an assent from the current panel to those as a basis on which to proceed?
Yeah.
Everyone happy?
Right.
Yeah. Everyone's happy. Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, the last item is just to really agree that I should write to the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government, encouraging an extension of the current provisions permitting police, fire and crime panels to hold remote meetings. That doesn't mean to say they have to. It's just that they would have that option. At the moment, the government is about to discuss this tomorrow, and they may come down and say, yes, across the board, everyone can continue to have remote meetings as and when they need to, and they can hybrid meetings. We don't know what they're going to say, but this was just to write to the government and just say that we think that would be a good idea, because from the first point of view that obviously it's been quite convenient. Secondly, we don't have to travel halfway across Northamptonshire and scrabble to find a parking space. But also because of the engagement, I think it was in James's report, he said 407 members of the public had watched our previous meetings. And I know we were webcasting before, but I think any means to engage the public are good, and I think that remote meetings have definitely proved their worth and kept the business going when we had problems of meeting in person. So, and Stephen Mould has his hand up. I don't know if he's.
Just quickly, one, because that will stop everyone going, because you're all way of time, is just to offer the, and I'm going to make one on behalf of the next commissioner, whether that's me or someone else, is we have a very large.
Frozen.
Sorry, you froze when you said a very large. Is that party?
So you can
sorry,
stream out to internet.
Sorry,
Oh,
Stephen, you stopped at, we should have a very large, and we were just intrigued as what that was.
We thought it was some sort of competition. We had to finish the sentence.
What I was saying, I was making an offer that says, at some point, James, put it in there, maybe it's the one beyond the June one, but of course we have a big meeting room here in Wellingborough. Douglas, good thing is, and it'd be a good opportunity when it's safer for people to come visit and see where Northamptonshire Fire Rescue and Northamptonshire Police Enabling Services are.
I'd have to disagree.
Some of you will probably come and meet us before then, but anyway.
I'd have to disagree with that, Madam Chairman. I think he might have a large meeting room, but he's certainly got lousy IT. That's one sure thing.
I mean, on a very practical note, members, the simple fact at the moment is that the legislation permitting councils and police and crime panels to have remote meetings is due to elapse on the 6th of May. So in principle, the next panel meeting will need to take place in person unless the government takes a decision to allow otherwise. Clearly, we all hope to get back to in-person meetings as quickly as we possibly can, but you're dealing with all the issues that may be connected with hopefully coming out of lockdown and the health and safety and well-being factors that are connected with that. having the ability to continue to hold remote meetings, even if it wasn't the only option, would address that, as well as giving some extra flexibility, which could be beneficial in the way that the chair's highlighted.
Is everyone agreeable to writing just to say that we would like that legislation to be extended to include police and crime panels, if after May, if it's required, and that we have that flexibility to do that if the government can support.
Our meeting room can take 14 people socially distanced. In non-socially distanced, it could take a hell of a lot more.
You're right.
I'm sure we'd love to come and see it in due course. That will be so.
Well, Madam Chair, whatever the outcome is after the 6th of May, someone will let us know if it is a physical meeting or a remote meeting.
Absolutely, yeah. Is everyone okay with writing?
Yes, Chair.
Agreed. Yes.
So that is the last item of business, and I'd like to thank everybody for their indulgence. We've gone on a bit longer than we normally do, and it's as we've said, been a lot of thank yous, and just hope to see everybody in the future, and hope to see everyone in person in the future when this all passes. But thank you very much for your support throughout the last year and several years, and thank you, Stephen, for all the work you've been doing with the police and fire, and to keep our county safe. So,
well, the good news is, even if I and some others, Independents, Helen Keane, Nikki, Paul Fell, they'll all be here anyway. So
yes,
there'll be some of you that will still be here anyway. So
yeah.
Enjoy yourselves. I'll be watching on the internet if I'm not elected.
Okay. Well, thank you very much indeed, and it's goodbye from me.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Bye,
Take care,
everyone.
everyone.
Bye.